edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate, and to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shredder. Motion?
This is Delegate Brown. I'll motion.
I recognize Honorable Brown. Second. Second going once.
I'll go second. This is Delegate Yellowhair. Hello?
Second, Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yeah.
On
Thank you.
Amendment 2. Any questions on Amendment 2? Another, could we do a roll call vote on Amendment 2?
Sure, Chanel. Roll call vote on amendment number 2. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bocati, how do you vote?
Shouted Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bocati, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bocati votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Vice Chairman not voting, and 2 members not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Shanella. Amendment 2 does pass. No opposition. Committee members, back to the main question. Legislation 0151-21. Shuddock, would we have a second reading?
Yes, Vice Chair. The second reading for legislation 0151-21. The First Amendment is 1, replace Exhibit A and Exhibit B with the new replacement Exhibit A and new replacement Exhibit B. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate, to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors or numerical errors. God, I can't speak, I'm sorry. So long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Amendment 2 to legislation number 0151-21 on page 2, starting at line 15, add the following new language. Section 4, recommending a waiver of resolution number CF0711. The Budget and Finance Committee hereby recommends to the Navajo Nation Council a waiver of resolution number CF0711, which establishes a moratorium on any future proposed budget revisions and or reallocations from the general fund's personnel account savings, now known as personnel lapse fund, and required those savings to go to an annual general wage adjustment, step increase, or other salary adjustments to the pay plan. In addition, that any excess or surplus funds shall be deposited to the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB. The Budget and Finance Committee further recommends that the Navajo Nation Council allow use of the personnel lapse fund savings for purposes other than those identified in CFO 711. 2, renumber or read letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment which shall be confirmed to the intent or language of this amendment. Vice Chair. That was the second reading.
All right, thank you, Shudder. Committee members, we have a motion by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and also second by Honorable Brown. Chanella, call for the question.
Sure, Vice Chairman, roll call vote on the main motion. Honorable Jamie Kenyo, how do you vote? Honorable Jamie Kenyo? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Yellow hair votes green.
thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Honorable Nathaniel Brown?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay? Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote? Vice
I'll
Chair,
vote green, just Delegate Gay.
okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you. Shanetta, legislation 0151-21 has been approved by Budget and Finance Committee. We now move to item B on the agenda, Office of the Controllers. Shudder, could you read that legislation into record? 0154-21.
Yes, Vice Chair and Budget and Finance Committee members, this is item C, legislation number 0154-21. It's a proposed standing committee resolution. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by Jamie Hinio, Elmer P. Begay, and Amber Crotty. Council delegates, tracking number 0154-21, an action relating to the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Office of the Controller. Be it enacted, Section 1, Authority A, the Budget and Finance Committee is the standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council 2, and in C, Section 300A. B, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NNC Section 840A. C, the Budget and Finance Committee has oversight of the Office of the Controller 12 NNC Section 301B13. Section 2 findings. A, the Budget and Finance Committee held a hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Office of the Controller fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NC section 840A. B, the Budget and Finance Committee recommends a fiscal year budget for the Office of the Controller, 12 NC section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Office of the Controller. A, the Budget and Finance Committee hereby recommends the proposed fiscal year budget for the Office of the Controller as provided in the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Budget and Finance Committee requests the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit B, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E, be incorporated into the Navajo Nation Comprehensive Budget. We have the exhibits that are attached. Exhibit A has business unit numbers, and it totals $44,254,174. Exhibit B is a total of $40,088,880. Exhibit C is recommended changes to the general fund budget. And then Exhibit D is the conditions of appropriations and legislative concerns. There is, for business unit number 97001, home loan program, it says review policy contained in BFC 4118 for possible amendment. And then Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs budget. There is unmet need for business unit 107021 property management department, I believe. It says $127,963 for personnel and operating budget. And then so the total is $127,963. The OLC memo and then the internet public review, there were no comments, Mr. Vice Chair. That concludes the reading of the legislation 0154-21.
Hagoshi, thank you, Shada, for the reading of the legislation 0154-21. Motion?
Delegate Brown will motion.
Second, Delegate Begay.
I'll recognize motioning party Nathaniel Brown, and second to the motion is Honorable Begay. Sorry. Chadwick, would you do an oath on the OOC for those that will be as the agent?
Yes, I will. Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The Office of the Controller, could you please identify those? Can people identify themselves that will be taking the oath for the Office of the Controller? And for O and B too, any new staff that haven't taken the oath that will be speaking to this budget. Hello? Can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair and Peggy, Budget and Finance Committee. When we presented the fixed cost, myself, Rob Willie, and Laura Johnson already took the oath. So the rest of the accounting managers that's online that have not taken the oath, and they can take the oath. Can you identify yourself?
Thank you, Beth. Go ahead, Manager 1. Whatever order you have, just go ahead and start identifying yourself for the record, please.
Vice Chair Smith, point of privilege. This is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Karati, point of privilege. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Could you let me know who you recognize as a sponsor? It does look like Chairman Henio is back on the call. I just want to make sure because then I just need to make sure. I do have questions. So if Chairman Henio is back on the line, or maybe Shania Elmer Begay can be identified as a sponsor. Thank you.
Okay, no, thanks. This is Chair. I'm back on the line. For the record, we have Honorable Chair Henio, the sponsor, and our co-sponsor at the point in time was Honorable Crotty. Do we have also Honorable Elmer Begay? I think I heard him earlier for the record.
Doug, this is Elmer Begay.
Okay, Don. We do have a full house with the Budget and Finance Committee. So we do have Chair Henio, who will be the sponsor of this legislation, 0154-21. That concludes the point of privilege. Back to the oath, Heather.
Okay, so for OMB, for the record, do we have any new staff that will be speaking to this budget? I guess for the Controller's Office, we don't have any other sponsors for this legislation or people that will be presenting budgets to this for this legislation. Vice Chair, I didn't hear anything from OMB either.
Thank you, Shada. We'll proceed with the OMB budget and performance summary reports. OMB, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Darlene Sam, Senior Budget Analyst. I am covering for Ms. Selena Begay. So if we can go to the OMB report, you have the table of contents there, letter A through G. Going straight to tab A is your FY 2022 Fund Type Budget Summary for Office of the Controller. You have the business units listed, and I'll just be reading the bottom line totals for the FY 2021 approved budget. Total is $37,835,329. For FY 22, proposed general fund budget is $4,119,633. Indirect costs of $3,144,516. General wage adjustment, personal lapse fund, $205,306. Proprietary fund, $1,090,378. Fiduciary fund, $29,070,249. Special revenue internal, $6,624,092, for a grand total recommended budget of $44,254,174. Tab B is your FY 2021 third quarter budget status report. This is as of June 30th, 2021 for Office of the Controller. You have the original budget for the general funds shown there of $1.8 million. And revised budget of $10,827,520.61. Actual expenditure $4,930,665.11. An encumbrance of $872,166.62. Budget available for general funds $5,024,688.88. And their expenditure rate is at 53.59%. And then you have the grouping of the fiduciary fund total, original budget, $5,577,113.75. Revised budget of $29,107,636.13. Actual expenditure, $12,339,527.92. Encumbrance of $4,317,186.76. budget available, 12,450,921.45. Expenditure rate of 57.22%. And your bottom three business units are your proprietary funds. Original budget, $280,000. Revised budget, $1,061,100.60. Actual expenditures, $711,544.86. Encumbrance of $1,100.60. Budget available, $348,455.14. Expenditure rate of 67.16. And the differences between the original and revised budgets are due to supplementals, IDC carryover, general wage adjustment, and your encumbrance carryover. The rest will be covered by Ms. Ancita Largo. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, this is Ancita. Going on to tab C is the third quarter performance assessment report for Office of the Controller. For Office of the Controller, they're all above 2.0. The average for the whole program, 2.63. Going on to D, the Plans of Operation Status Report. There's two programs that need to update their plan of operation, which are Business Unit 407001, Navajo Nation Permanent Fund, 509008, Scholarship Plan for Finance and Accounting. Business Unit 107021, Property Management, needs to develop their plan of operation. Going on to E, Condition of Appropriation or Legislative Concern Report. Legislative Concern number 23, no response for third quarter, non-compliant. That completes MPS report.
Okay, going on to tab F is your FY 2021 External Funds Expenditure Report. And this is a one-pager. For Office of the Controller, there are two external funds identified. Under column J, you have original budget of $49,919,416. Column K is your revised budget of $361,973,513.34. Column L, your expenditures, $319,485,683.7. Column M, open commitments is 0. Column N, your available balance of $42,487,829.64. Column O is your percentage spent, 88%, and column P is your percentage balance of 12%. Next, tab G is your FY 2019 Single Audit Report for Office of the Controller. There are 4 audit findings based on the FY19 audit. Mr. Vice Chair and B&F committee members, that completes OMB's report.
Well, thank you, Darlene Sam and Ancita Largo for the number 1 OMB and performance summary reports. Committee members, questions? I don't hear any questions, so we'll move on to number 2, Controller Budget Overview. You have the floor, Ms. Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Budget and Finance Committee members, and all the staff connected to this meeting. Based on the budget that was presented or being presented to you, the first is the purchasing department, and the accounting manager for that department is connected on the line. And just a summary of his budget, there was an increase of $73,322 from the FY 2021 budget to the proposed FY 22 budget. For property management, there was an increase of $19,409 from the FY 2021 budget to the proposed FY 2022 budget. And that's for business unit 107021. For the Office of the Controller, business unit 107022, there was an increase of $333,203 from the FY 2021 to the FY 2022 budget. So that's the three main operating budget for the Office of the Controller. And I'll have the accounting manager provide their own business unit budget. First, we can have purchasing services. The accounting manager there is Jeremy Ben. We also submitted the organizational chart for that section, and he can go over his organizational chart. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Before we go to Jerry Ben, Shetta, did we have Jerry Ben take the oath?
I don't believe so.
Shetta, could you do the oath for those that will be needing to take the oath for the Office of Controllers?
Okay, thank you. For the Office of the Controller, please identify yourselves by stating your name for the record. Those of you who need to be presenting your budgets, please state your name for the record. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Good afternoon. This is Jeremy Ben with the OOC Purchasing.
Thank you. And is there anybody else? Would you raise your right hand to the square and state, you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, good afternoon, Yate, Budget and Finance Committee, Honorable Vice Chair Smith, committee members, and those of you listening this afternoon. Shi'e Jeremy Ben Inishie. I'm the OOC Purchasing Manager for the Office of the Controller. I'll go ahead and be presenting the budget for Business Unit 107020 this afternoon. If we go to, I just wanted to clarify if we've got the correct budget form. The latest revision to the OMB Office Management budget had the total proposed budget of $733,449. If that should be the correct total amount on the budget form. So I just wanted to clarify that. Mr. Vice Chair, do you want me to proceed?
I'm sorry, Jerry Ben, say that again.
So I just wanted to clarify on the budget forms to ensure we have that the committee's looking at the correct revised budget forms. The total amount on the budget form should be $733,449.
Thank you, Jerry Ben. According to Exhibit A, business unit number 107020, that's what you're referring to, it doesn't reflect $733,449.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, do you want me to send that to Peggy real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, the revised budget forms have been sent to Peggy.
Thank you. Does that conclude your report there? Ron, Mr. Bibb?
No, do you want me to go and just proceed with the way it is?
Yes, we'll catch up with it once we get the correct ones.
Okay, my apologies, sir. So for the purchasing budget, if we look at the allocations, the general fund is going to be the amount of $406,961. There's an IDC for this coming fiscal year again for $310,633. And then the general wage adjustment that's been new this year is going to be at $15,855. The total budget should come out to $733,449. That's to be consistent with the Exhibit A of the OOC's budget forms. Moving on to Part 3, the budget summary. If we look at the Section A there, we can see the budget from last year was $618,148. Going into the proposed budget for this coming fiscal year, the total amount is going to be $733,400. The difference between the two shows an increase of $115,301. Going into Part 4, the positions and vehicles, there's a total of 10 positions budgeted for last year. And then this upcoming fiscal year, we intend on having 12 positions out there for purchasing. And we can go into those positions more in depth later. So if we go to page 2 of the budget forms, the Part 3 talks about the criteria, basically our measures for the next fiscal year, our goals. So the goal statement number 1 is to educate OOC staff and Navajo Nation employees on the nation's procurement rules and regulations. The performance measure there is just to provide training to Navajo Nation employees on the procurement regs. Goal statement number 2 is to educate OOC staff and Navajo Nation employees on the FMI 6B process. The measure there is to provide any type of training or refresher training to the OOC staff and Navajo Nation employees who are on the 6B procurement module. Goal statement number 3 is to improve the processing of the number of purchase orders, blanket orders, and subcontracts issued. And the measure there is to report on the number of online requisitions that we do receive from the programs, the blanket orders, and then the contracts that we issue. Goal statement number 4 is to create a bidding track report for the numbers of bids that we process. The measure here is just to maintain a bidding process of 3 to 10 business days per quarter. Goal statement number 5 is to record and approve all processing of receiving records. These are your invoices for contracts, NPOs, blanket POs. The measure here is to maintain and report all of the receiving reports that we receive on a quarterly basis. So going into page 3 of the budget forms, this is our personnel listing. Earlier we stated we had 10 positions. For our little section here, we do have 1 vacancy, which is an accounts maintenance specialist. We had recently advertised that, and I believe we're just waiting for the JVAs, not the JVAs, but the referrals, the referrals from Department of Personnel Management so we can, do our assessments and then start interviewing and begin the hiring process for that individual. So the total personnel budget, just for the salaries only, is at $412,422. And then just to kind of clarify, we have 3 account positions here with purchasing, who handle the contracts and receiving records, the invoices for purchasing. One of them is strictly handling the general fund accounts. Another one is handling the external funds, the K accounts. And then I do have a third one who's really, he's brand new, but he's catching on really quick. And really, I'd like to have him work on both general funds and external funds to try to get a lot of these contracts processed and payments out. My vacant position, the AMS, I had to reconfigure kind of the positioning here at purchasing. So ideally, once I hire the new AMS individual, I like to have them work on mainly just receiving records, which are the invoices to these contracts and, well, mainly the contracts, because I think that's the part we need to focus on more. And that way, that will free up our third accountant who will be able to assist in getting contracts, reviewed and encumbered. So moving on to page 4 of the budget forms. Again, the personnel line item takes up most of the costs. The total for personnel is $622,479. That's broken down by our regular positions, which we saw in the previous page. For this next fiscal year, ideally I wanted to add 2 temporaries. Right now, I do have a temporary who's assisting us with filing our invoices into their correct contract folders. We want to move towards scanning these, contract documents and invoices. That way, we can have a more readable, sort of database that we can pull up contracts quickly rather than having to go through boxes, because sometimes we do have to defer back to the original contracts if there are any modifications that do come in. So that's what the temporary is doing now, and we like to maintain that individual as well as hire another one so that we can get all these documents filed in their correct folders so we can begin to scan them and have that online file for us readily available. And it goes into the fringe, which is tied into both the permanent, the regular full-status employees and the temporaries. The other portion of the budget will be for just supplies, daily supplies, normal wear and tear on equipment, which total $8,000. The next line item is for contractual services for $999,258. When we got the appropriations for the budget FY22, there was a short turnaround in terms of how soon we can get a budget in. And so what I'd like to do is to, I have to establish another accountant position to, again, help us with entering contracts, reviewing contracts, to get that process moving a lot quicker. I think that's really my focus right now. I didn't have time to, do the reclassification for the establishment of a new position. So therefore, I had to put most of the money into this contractual services line item. I'd like to move that out and put it into an accountant position to help us again with the contracting side. Again, comes with that is fringe, so it does add up. But one of the areas that we're having trouble with is the spacing with the controller's office. Right now, it seems like we have reached the max in terms of office space, and that's probably the issue that I'll have to face is to figure out how we can get at least one more workstation included into purchasing. The last time we had done a reconfiguration for the workspace, as I understand it, we were nearing capacity in terms of the building electricity, because they have to hook up, new phone lines, new power outlets for the workstations, for the computers and all that good stuff. So that's probably a talk I'll have to have with facilities maintenance to see if we can, how we can configure adding on a new station once we get this new person hired and ready to go. But that contractual services was really the intent of where I like to use that money was for creating the new position and then trying to redesign, not redesign, but include a new workstation for that individual. So going down to the last lines are your special transactions. These are more so like your employee-related expenses, like background check reimbursements, and then the insurance that go along with covering the staff, and then workers' comp, general liability. That totals out to $5,712. So if we go to page, there should be a page 5. And that's just the breakdown of the two temporaries showing their position amounts, the salary, and then the fringe for the two temps that we tend to hire. With that, Mr. Vice Chair, those are my budget forms, and I'm free to answer any questions on the forms. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry Ben, for the report. Committee members, questions for purchasing department? I don't hear any questions. Let's go to C, Property Management Department. Who's going to be presenting that? Ms. Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. The manager for that section is Mr. Francis King. His office is in Fort Defiance, but I believe he's not connected. So I'll just go ahead and present his budget. So that's a business unit 107021 for part 2, the funding sources, general funds, that's $351,964. For IDC, $268,654. And for the personal labs, $20,282 for a total of $640,900. Proposed budget for FY22. So the personal labs covers the increase in the personal budget. There's an increase of $25,817 and $20,282 is covered by personal labs. The rest are travel expenses for $23,304. For supplies, $2,858. And the last one is for spatial transactions of $9,635. He's budgeted for 16 staff, and 2 of the staff, they're vacant positions. For the next page, the program performance criteria. He has 5 goals. The first one, to report on a quarterly basis the following statistics for service provided, and that's the number of shipments, equipment delivered, processed per quarter. And his goal is 150 per quarter. For the second, to report on a quarterly basis the number of program department surplus equipment requests processed per quarter, and that's 20 per quarter. The third goal statement is the number of new vehicle registration titles processed and archived per quarter, and that's 10 per quarter. The fourth, number of surplus Navajo Nation vehicles sold per quarter, and he anticipates 10 per quarter. And the last one is the number of buildings and infrastructure physically inventoried for property control. And his goal is to inventory 50 buildings or infrastructure per quarter. The next page is the personnel listing. That's the 16 employees that he's being funded. After that is the detailed explanation of his budget, which is the personnel and the supplies, and for the special transactions. And that covers his allocation for FY 22. He also submitted an unmet needs budget, and that totaled to $127,956. And that will cover personnel for $32,243, supplies $15,000, communications and utilities $39,600, repairs and maintenance $26,000, special transactions $15,113. That concludes the property management budget, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Begay, for the report on Property Management Department. Business Unit number 107021. Committee members, questions? I don't hear any questions, so let's move on to letter D, Office Supply Center, Proprietary Fund.
This
Ms.
section,
Begay, you have the floor.
yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, this section will be presented again by Mr. Jeremy Ben. Jeremy?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Yeah.
You have
Okay. Okay, thank you, sir. I'll be presenting the Office Supply Center budget, Business Unit 807001. This is prepared by Serena Jesus. She's one of my staff there. So this one is looking at part 2. This is a proprietary fund for the total amount of $200,000 for FY22. Going on to part 3, the budget total for last year, or this year, I'm sorry, came out to $200,000. Looking at the section B is the FY22 budget, proposed budget. Is going to be about the same allocation, $200,000. Column C, the difference between the two is 0. Moving on to part 4, there are a total of 4 positions budgeted this year. There will be 4 positions budgeted again next year, and then 1 vehicle assigned for this year, as well as 1 vehicle assigned for next fiscal year. Moving on to page 2 of the budget forms, the goal statements, part 3, maintain inventory at adequate levels. The performance measure here is to restock bulk of supplies and conduct supply bids 3 times every quarter. Goal statement number 2 is to monitor the received stationary supply orders, SSOs, and deliver in a timely manner. The measure here is to process 215 SSO forms per quarter and deliver within 7 business days. Goal statement number 3 is to maintain quarterly inventory turnover ration, to report monthly, monitor inventory sales. The measure here is to maintain a quarterly inventory ration greater than 0.4 per quarter. Goal statement number 4, monitor and maintain adequate inventory stock levels. The measure here is to conduct with one physical inventory per quarter. Goal statement number 5 is to maintain a gross profit margin, gross profit ration at or above the yearly average. Here's the measure here is to maintain sales with a gross profit margin greater than 0.25 per quarter. Going on to page 3 are the positions for the office supply center. There are a total of 4 positions. I do have one vacancy there, the stores clerk. The individual just recently resigned and received their promotion within another entity. So I'll be doing the JVA to advertise this position. So the total budget positions is $123,380. Moving on to page 4 of the budget forms. Personnel costs total $176,902. This is your regular plus fringe. Travel costs for delivery of the office supplies totals $8,879. This is your fleet and their per diem expenses. Office supplies for operational uses total $2,176. Moving on to page 5, the budget forms. Lease and rental. This is more internal, but it's just $500 for water cooler rental. Communications and utility. This is their telephones for $3,780. In special transactions, your promotional items, what they give out to the people, is going to be $2,000. Moving on to page 6, the last page is just your insurance that's required for the personnel costs. And that concludes the presentation for Office Supply Center. Mr. Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. Ben? Committee members, questions? Moving on to letter E, Credit Services Department, proprietary funds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. There is a manager for Credit Services Department that covers the personal loan program and the home loan program. His name is Farron Garcia, and I believe he's connected. Let me check. Ella, Farron is not connected. He's trying. Mr. Vice Chair.
Do we have Mr. Garcia, are you on board?
I think he's not connected. Let me.
Hello, can you hear me?
Is this Mr. Garcia?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, hi, Vice Chair. Yes, I am Farron Garcia. I am the credit manager for the home loan and personal loan.
Okay, before you proceed, I don't think you took the oath. Heather, could you do the oath?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Would it be all right to ask all of the managers that haven't taken the oath if they could take the oath now, so we're not doing it all the time for every budget? Would that be all right?
Yes, Shada. Could we have presenters for F on the Navajo Nation Permit Fund, Special Revenue, Judicial Public Safety Facility Project, Investment Fees, and Finance Accounting Scholarship Program. I think those are still pending. We now have Mr. Garcia on board, so I think we should do the oath all at once. Shut it, go ahead.
Okay, could you please all state your name for the record?
Farron Garcia, Credit Manager.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I believe that's it, Peggy.
Okay, could you raise your right hand, Mr. Garcia? Do you swear to tell the truth in the testimony you're about to give?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bright Chair. This is Farron Garcia, Credit Manager for the Home Loan Program as well as the Personal Loan Program. So I'll be presenting the Home Loan Program right now. So Part 2, the Proprietary Enterprise Fund, we are allocated at $420,000. Part 3, the budget summary, we did see some decreases within our budget for personnel expenses. For proposed budget right now, we have $354,576 with a difference of $3,671. Travel expenses, $34,663 with a total difference of $877. Supplies, we did see that there is going to be a positive, which is going to be the proposed budget is going to be $14,104. We currently look at $3,434. The lease and rental, it's going to be the same, as well as the communications for our phone and utilities will be the same. Repairs and maintenance, we did propose budget of $20,000. Was actually taken from this year's, so we do have a difference of $20,000 there. Special transactions from the original budget was $12,267. The proposed budget, we have $11,153. So we have a difference there of $1,114. So a total of $420,000 for this proposed budget, with a difference of $20,000. So Part 4, if you look, we have a cost shared between the home loan and personal loan. So with total positions budgeted for 14 for D, as well as E is 13. As I mentioned, it's a cost shared between two programs. So total vehicles that were budgeted and are budgeted for is 2, with the approved as well as the proposed, which will be 2. Form 2, budget, the program performance criteria. If you look with Part 3, we have a collected complete loan application to determine eligibility and ineligibility. That would be the goal, and the main objective is really to focus on evaluating 36 applications by the loan officer to seek potential home buyers. So right now we're currently looking at a goal of 9. Goal 2, to disseminate information to the home loan program throughout the Navajo agencies. We're really concentrating on having 36 conducted comprehensive presentations that are potential loan customers, and that can also include via Zoom as well. Goal 3, referring applicants to the home buyers education class. So at least we're looking at 25 or 20 certified potential homeowners to sign up, as well as completing the home buyers educational class, which is going to be online. Number 4, our goal statement will process 12 home loans for closing, with the main objective will process and approve 3 home loan applications per quarter. And the goal statement for number 5 would be submitting 4 loan accounts for litigation for repossession with the Department of Justice. We'll process at least 1 home loan application, 1 account for litigation per quarter. Form 3, right now we are currently allocated for 14 vacant positions. As I mentioned, for this one, it's a cost share, so we have 13 that's going to be listed for the home loan. So we do have some accounts that are currently vacant right now, which would be the accountant as well as the accounting tech. Right now, which we are currently advertising for, I'm actually going to be following up with getting the referral process for interviews to be started. So I do have some qualified applicants for those 2 positions. We do currently have an ASO position that's currently in grievance right now. So we do have our loan officer as well as that's currently going to be vacant along with the collection clerk. But other than that, those other positions are currently occupied, which has a total of within this business unit will be $241,973. So Form 4, we do have our current personnel expenses. So as I mentioned, our shared costs within the 2 programs, we have 13 under the home loan, which we have budgeted for, as mentioned, $241,973. We do have a salary adjustment for a full-time grievance. One that's currently in grievance has a balance of $5,325. Our fringe for the 13, which also includes the position that's currently in grievance, we do have a balance of $104,968 for the regular, as well as the grievance of $2,310. Taking a look at our travel expenses, which also includes our 2 vehicles that are currently included in this budget, and the total travel expenses would also be for those that are currently going out and collecting for both personal and home loan, has a balance of $23,837. If you go to budget Form 4, we have personnel travel expenses. So this would also include any staff that's currently traveling that has to do with within the agencies. If we're going to like Tuba City, or if we're going to anywhere that's currently on the outskirts to collect, we have a balance of $10,826. Supplies, right now for the general supplies, we have $486. Non-capital assets, which also includes like our furniture and any type of equipment, we have a balance of $3,000. Operating supplies, which also would be including our postal courier, as well as any other general operating supplies, has a balance of $10,618. Budget Form 4, we have leasing and rental. We do have some, which also has some conference rooms that are also available for any type of work sessions, home buyers education, special meetings. We do have 3 storages that we're currently leasing for space too. So, which also has our promotional items as well as our personnel files, customer files, that's also included, has a balance of $4,504. Our building and space, which also includes that, would be those that are currently listed here. Telephone, of course, would be the $1,000 there, has a total balance of $5,504. So then the continuation of Form Budget 4, page 7. So we do have technology. We don't have anything there. That was actually what we're currently utilizing with the loan software here. But our promotional items for any type of housing fairs, any type of fairs that are currently in the area, we have a balance of $3,245 that's going to be listed for any type of promotional recognition and any other sponsored items. Page number 8, with continuation with budget form 4, we do have special transactions. We have media, any type of advertising that we're going to be doing for the local newspaper. We have a balance of $2,200. Training and professional dues. We do have for any type of like registration, renewal, any type of fees, any other type of training that's going to be issued for the employees. We do have $1,494 there. Any type of insurance, and this would also include the safety of my staff that's currently doing any type of collecting for personal as well as the home loan program. We do have a balance of $4,214. Grand total price for that would be $7,908. And that's it for the home loan. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Committee members, any questions on the home loan program?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Honorable Crotty, you may proceed with your question. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I had a hard time getting back on the call, so I just wanted to ask Mr. Garcia, in your budget forms, is there a way, can you let us know, because this is a proprietary account, if personal lapse fund was used and allocated? Thank you. And the second request is, I think if Budget and Finance as a committee, if we can schedule to have you come before the committee to talk about your services. I know all of the delegates are supporting housing, and I also think it's important that we have a mixed approach. And so there might be opportunity for more Navajos who have the ability to purchase their home rather than waiting on a priority list. So if we could have that conversation after this budget process. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. We'll go ahead and ask the committee members. Is there any other questions for Mr. Garcia? I don't hear any. So, Mr. Garcia, there's 2 questions posed. You have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Smith. Going to Delegate, Honorable Delegate Crotty, we currently have, for the first question, unfortunately, we don't have no personal lapse fund that's currently being budgeted into our budget for the FY22. The next question with the housing program, yes, I'm open to any type of partnership, as well as any other guidance that can help guide this program into a different realm of getting us more customers as well. But right now, taking a look at it, I'm very open to it. I'm very open.
Well, thank you for those response, Mr. Garcia. Back to the committee members. Item E, little letter I, home loan program. Any other questions?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I'd like to ask, not sure if Acting Controller Ms. Begay or if OMB has an answer in terms of why the proprietary funds were not allocated GWA. Or then, well, let me ask the first question. Mr. Garcia, did you provide a general wage adjustment to your staff last year? And if so, then my question would be to OMB, why wasn't this fund, understanding it's a proprietary fund, why this fund was not given a GWA allowance, since we're trying to meet that unmet need? Thank you, Vice Chair and committee members.
Agushi, Honorable Karate. There's questions for the presenter and also OMB. Committee members, any other questions pertaining to the home loan program on the budget? I don't hear any, so Mr. Garcia, you have the floor, and we'll turn it over to OMB. I guess the first question was there any allocation? You have the floor, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, Ms. Honorable Delegate Crotty. Right now, we didn't have anything, knowing that this budget was like spur of the moment and we're trying to get other monies allocated to certain areas. We did complete, for the GWA, we currently had to take some money and substitute it from other object codes to meet the GWA for the home loan as well as the personal loan for personnel. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I think the next question was posed to OMB or Ms. Begay.
This is OMB, Dominic Bial. I can speak to this.
Okay, you have the floor, Mr. Bial.
Thank you, Vice Chair. During the day, there's been a reference made to Navajo Nation Council Resolution CF07-11. That's the resolution that created the classification and pay plan and started the moratorium on budget revisions, reallocations, and so forth. This legislation speaks to the general fund only. So the personnel lap savings fund is derived from the general fund. So it's only those general fund programs. It does not include proprietary or fiduciary or external funds. So this fund balance that we're discussing now, the $3,019,000, again, was derived from the general fund programs. During the fourth quarter is when personnel budget transfers can't be done. And the purpose of that is to ensure there's a balance at the end of the year to fund subsequent years, GWA or step adjustments and so forth. So that's why, in this case, because it's a proprietary fund, they don't receive the general fund personal lap savings for GWA. Mr. Chair, that's the information.
Thank you, Mr. Dominic Bial, for that clarification and information, and we appreciate that. Back to committee members. Any further questions or follow-up questions? Or
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Karate, I'll recognize you. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. So I'm reading over the resolution CS07-11. Could Mr. Bial just point me to the area that restricts this fund just to general funds? And since we're making the recommendation to waive this resolution to try to fix the budget form, in that waiver, does that also mean then the funds could be used to assist other programs with their general wage adjustment? Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. I know this is not on your budget, but I would need to know, considering I did hear that this is a proprietary fund and that you have less than last year. And so I think that raises some of these questions on how we allocate assistance to cover the general wage adjustment. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that question, Honorable Crotty. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to OMB for the specific question you have. OMB, you have the floor. Mr. Bial.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Speaking to the question raised by Delegate Crotty, Resolution CF 07-11. In the heading itself, there's the last line there that speaks about the moratorium and so forth. It says from the general fund personnel account savings. Furthermore, going through the resolution, I'm looking on page 2 now. There's part of paragraph 5, which goes to the second page. It says DPM, therefore, proposes to utilize the general fund personnel account savings for the purpose of carrying out this particular plan. Number 6, to ensure that the general fund personnel accounts, the savings are available to accomplish the above. So that's the wording in this resolution. It all refers to the general fund. I forgot to mention another one. Under the resolved section number 2, where again it reads, the Navajo Nation Council further authorizes all branches general fund personal account savings to be established and designated as carryover funds restricted for use of administering and maintaining classification pay plans by Department of Personal Management. So that's how, or that's the wording and how the resolution has been employed since its creation. This resolution, CF 07-11, is the amended version. There was a prior resolution, I don't remember the year, that initially established this particular fund and the purposes for it and so forth. So the additional point I need to make is because the fund balance, the savings, are coming from the general fund programs, that means vacant positions or unexpended balances. That's why they would benefit eventually if a subsequent GWA or whatever is proposed and passed. The proprietary funds and other funds do not contribute to this fund. Mr. Vice Chair, that's my answer. Thank you.
We're going to continue it, so we're not pulling anything back. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Somebody mute their phone, please. Your conversation in the back. Thank you, Mr. Bial, for the clarification on CF-07-11 and the amended language that was placed in there. Back to Honorable Crotty. Does that answer your question, or do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. So I am looking for the language that prohibits the use of this fund. That was my question. I'm hearing the words in terms of the rationale, but I don't see that language in this resolution. And so my question is this fund available to be used for proprietary accounts or other accounts? Because I don't see that restriction here. Vice Chair Smith, so if maybe we could ask DOJ or a legislative council, if they could just refer me to the language that does provide that restriction, because my assumption is looking at, I'm reading this and I'm seeing that it's based to fund this classification and pay plan study. That's the original intent. And it's executive, legislative, and judicial branches. And all of these departments or all of these positions are under the Department of Personnel Management. I don't think Mr. Garcia manages his own personnel team. So I'm just looking for language that restricts this funding to the proprietary accounts. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Do we have Department of Justice on? Kristen, are you available, or Mel Rodas?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Mel.
Good afternoon, Mel. Did you give me a question? Honorable Crotty?
Yes, sir, I did. Thank you. And thank you, Honorable Crotty, for your question. The Resolution CFO 711 defines these funds, these personnel savings funds, as restricted carryover or lapsed funds. And they're only general fund programs are contributing to the lapsed fund as restricted carryover. And so only the programs that put in can benefit from it. And then I also wanted to refer the committee to the BIM, the Budget Instructions Manual, and that also defines the personnel savings account, parentheses, lapse fund, and it mentions that it's designated as restricted carryover funds. And then there's a budget procedure on budgeting for personnel expenses, and according to that, only programs that are general funds funded can pay for step increases or GWA using the personnel savings account, parentheses, lapse fund. And then it says that positions funded by non-general funds are not eligible to use or to utilize the personnel savings account. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mel Rodas, Department of Justice. Back to Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Yes, I do have a follow-up. So, Mr. Rodas, thank you for, I'm writing down all of these notes and learning here. But does the personnel process restrict these proprietary accounts? I understand the not eligible for the K accounts, these federal accounts. You could answer that question. And the second area, maybe this is just an interpretation because it was mentioned, and maybe this is, I just want to push back and say, is there language somewhere that says if you do not contribute to the fund, then you may not reap rewards from the fund? Especially A1 in my pushback, if there's funds available, as there is this year. And 2, these are Navajo Nation employees, but they just happen to work in a proprietary, under a proprietary fund. So do they receive the general wage adjustment when we take action as a nation? That would be my question, because I think there should be some decision making to counter that narrative, and also in terms of going back as we're recommending waiving this resolution. So in the waiving of this resolution, does that open up the personal lab savings fund to be used in any discretion that the council sees fit? Thank you very much, Mr. Rodas and Vice Chair and committee members.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crotty. Turn the floor over to Mr. Rodas. You have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can hear you clear.
Oh, okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. And thank you, Honorable Crotty, for the questions. I'd like to address your second question because I think you hit the nail on the head. If council determines in its discretion to waive CF 0711, then it can utilize the personnel savings fund, the personnel lapse funds for unmet needs. And that could include, non-general fund programs as well. So, but the way that I read the BIM as well as the resolution itself, it's a carryover. It's considered a carryover or lapse fund. And so I think that even though it doesn't explicitly say these funds are only for general funds programs, it's implied because the funds from the general fund funded programs are lapsing and they're being carried over for this restricted purpose. But again, if there's a waiver, then that same restriction wouldn't apply. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Honorable Crotty, and members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Rodas. Mel, we'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to Honorable Crotty. I'm sure you have a follow-up question on this. Honorable Crotty?
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Actually, I think in terms of understanding the nuance of this resolution, I know that we're looking just at the budget committee members, and so I think what I would like to request, if our advisor can request from DPM, I just need to make sure that all of our employees are receiving their GWA, because I hear from constituents like, where's my COLA or where's my wage adjustment? And now I'm not sure, because we don't see K account budget. I'm not sure if these individuals then what they're funded under, and then if they're reaping the benefits of the intent of the council. Because my understanding, the intent of the council was to give all of the employees a general wage adjustment, and seeing that there's not a 3-branch chief on our call, I'm not sure if they are, but to me, it appeared that their intent was to assist with this absorption of this general wage adjustment, and that's why there was a move to make this funding available, although the implementation was not correctly done. I know that we're trying to do that through an amendment. So I think if we could look at these different options for our programs, and I think when it comes to credit services, I think this will just be more of a discussion, but I appreciate DOJ and OMB for their insight on the interpretation of the resolution. But I do think, Chair, if at some time we can make sure these proprietary accounts are taking place, because the reason why we had to do the CR, if we remember as a committee, was these proprietary accounts in Department of Natural Resources, and then they had no money for their personnel, or there was some issue. And so I think proprietary funds do need to be looked at. I know, Mr. Garcia, it looks like you could cover this cost, but hopefully in the future we could fix this. So thank you, Vice Chair. I have no other questions.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any other questions regarding the home loan program? I don't hear any, so let's move on to personal loan program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee members of Budget and Finance. So this is the proprietary funds for the personal loan program. As mentioned, it is a shared cost between the home loan and, as I mentioned, part 3 of the budget summary. We're currently looking at for personnel expenses. What was approved original budget is $326,887. Proposed budgeted of $329,290. Total difference of $2,403. Travel expenses, $11,650. Proposed budget of $12,975. We do have a difference there of $1,325. Nothing for meeting expenses. Supplies, we currently have $52,178. Proposed budget, $38,398. A difference of $13,789. For lease and rental, we do have $2,100 there with no difference. Repairs and maintenance, we have $9,500. Proposed budget of $20,000, which we have a difference of $10,500. Special transactions, $17,685. Proposed budget of $17,246. Have a difference of $439. So proposed budget, if you look, we do have the same that's currently allocated for the original budget of $420,000. Part 4, positions and vehicles. We do have positions budgeted for 14 straight across, 2 vehicles straight across for both original and proposed budget. So if you go to Form 2, page 2, our goals that we currently have is process loan applications for agency with minimal number of approvals. We currently have 25 for the goal. We're currently looking to close and approve 100 loans for the Navajo Nation agency to meet eligibility. Goal number 2, provide information on individual financial responsibility to the Navajo public. Our goal for that would be 3, and the objective is to hold 12 sessions of money management, any type of financial education throughout the Navajo reservation. Number 3, for our goal, disseminate information to and about the loan, personal loan program throughout the Navajo agency. Our goal is 3. The main objective is to hold at least 12 presentations to speak to potential customers. Number 4, strategize on collection activities to collect loan receivables due to owning of the Navajo Nation. We're currently looking at 30 of those. Should be 300, I'm sorry. There's a typo there. Collecting at least $1,200 and that's $300 per quarter for the personal loan with the highest delinquency. Number 5, to submit 8 accounts of litigation to small claims court processing with DOJ. Our goal on that would be 2, and we will process 2 personal loan accounts for litigation per quarter. Budget form number 3, page 3. We currently have, as I mentioned, we currently have a shared cost between home loan and personal loan. For the personal loan, we currently have 14 that's currently allocated for that budget, which has a total cost of, as well as a temporary employee that's currently vacant. We do have a total cost of $226,289. Page number 4, budget form 4. Right here we have our other financial income. We don't have anything. Personal expenses. This also will include our regular employees, our temporary employees, part-time, any type of fringe. We have $215,045. I'm sorry. We do have one temporary of $11,244, and full-time position and grievance has a total of $6,032. Total balance on that would be $187,679. Page number 5, budget form 4, personnel expenses. This would, like I mentioned, will include the temporary and regular. Has a total of total fringe, $96,969. Personnel travel expenses, $12,975. Supplies, which also will include like the necessities that actually will help operate the program, as well as any other tangible items, which also will include like printing loan applications, any type of brochures for the Navajo Nation Fair exhibits or any other presentations, any other meeting materials that's currently needed, as well as our credit reporting agency to retrieve credit reports that are currently for individuals that are applying for any type of credit. We have office supplies of $8,621. Non-capital assets would also include our furniture and equipment, has a balance of $10,000. Page number 6, budget form 4, continuation, operating supplies. We do have operating supplies that has postal as well as any type of carrier and shipping. Has a balance of $19,768. Total lease and rental, as mentioned before, this would be for any conference rooms, any other work sessions, as well as our exhibit booths for rental for like the Winter Rock, Tuba City, Shiprock, housing fairs. Has a balance of $2,100. Page number 7, continuation with form 4. We have repairs and maintenance. We do have $20,000 there that's currently allocated for a new software that's currently going to be purchasing for credit services. Special transactions. This would also include like any type of gifts, awards, or any other presentations for sponsorships, any type of refreshments for housing fairs, radio, newspaper advertising, and to promote the personal and holiday, as well as any financial education presentations, as well as any type of liabilities for the employee training supplies. So we do have programs for promotional. We have, which also includes the gifts, awards, employee recognition, sponsorships, catering. If we're having any type of housing fairs, this will include the refreshments for those individuals. So we have a balance of $12,884. Training and professional dues, any other certifications, $1,990, as well as insurance premiums for our employees, which has a balance of $2,372. Total balance $37,246. Mr. Chair.
Committee members, any questions on the personal loan program? I don't hear any. So let's move on to letter F. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Let's move on to the Office of Controller, Special Revenue Funds, Navajo Nation Permit Fund. Ms. Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. I'll be presenting the business unit 407001, which is the permanent fund. On page 1, permanent fund budget was $18,967,347. Part 3, that will cover personnel expenses. for $429,997. That's an increase from FY21 of $3,258. For travel expenses, the budget is $129,313. And that's a decrease of $1,661 from FY21 budget. Lease and rental, that's the same, $8,000. For contractual services, budget for FY22, $18,380,803. And that's an increase of $1,855,638. $1,855,638, an increase from FY21 budget. And for special transactions, $19,234, and that's a decrease of $758. For part 4, there's 6 employees budgeted under this business unit, and there's no vehicle assigned. Moving on to page 2, the program performance criteria. On the plan of operation, 95% of the investment income may be utilized to support the operation of Navajo Nation government per 5-year expenditure plan. And for this business unit, the goal statement is to maintain current market value through FY 2022. And it's reported at $3 billion per each quarter. But to date, the latest report from our investment advisor, there's a $5.6 billion that under management. For number 2 statement, attain annual return of 2% above CPI. And our latest report from our financial advisor, the Master Trust generated 16.13% return year to date. And for the defined benefit plan, 19.24% year to date. And for goal statement number 3, submit to the Navajo Nation Investment Committee the quarterly report within 45 days after each quarter end. And that's the performance criteria. For the next page, listed are the 3 staff budgeted under this business unit. There's 2 vacant positions. The investment manager, it's vacant, and the senior office specialist is vacant. On page 4, the detailed budget, there's the personal expenses plus the French, that total to $429,997. Next is the travel expenses. There's a budget for vehicle rental off reservation for $5,000. There's also the travel expenses for the travelers for the 6 staff under this business unit. And that budgeted for $82,313 for commercial air and chartered plane. That's budgeted for $42,000. The lease and rental for meeting room is budgeted for $8,000. The next page is for contractual services, consulting fees for attorneys, that's as well as other consultant, budgeted for $1,500,000 and another $3 million for attorneys. And then financial services, that's for our money managers. There's 22. This budgeted for $13,630,803. And there's a technical services for feasibility studies budgeted at $250,000. Next is for special transactions. There's a budget for refreshments and catering for a total of $8,000. Training and professional dues for $10,000. And the last one for insurance premiums, $3,234. And that's the budget for the permanent fund. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Committee members, questions pertaining to the permanent fund, Navajo Nation?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crowdy, recognize you. Go ahead, have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Acting Controller Begay, for the breakdown. I just wanted to clarify in terms of the investment funds that come from the account. I think when I reviewed the fixed account, there was also, I'm trying to pull that up right now, sorry. In the fixed account, you also have investment fees, and you identify those go to RVK. Could you help me understand why investment fees are in fixed costs, but there's room for that cost to be absorbed by the permanent trust fund administrative portion? If I could get that clarification, I appreciate that.
Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any other questions for the controller, acting controller, Ms. Begay? I don't hear any. Ms. Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for that question. The $150,000 that's budgeted under the general fund for our investment advisor, RVK, that was agreed several years back to fund the investment advisor under the general fund, because they cover all the different investment portfolio for the Navajo Nation. That's the permanent trust fund portfolio, or we call it master trust, the defined benefit, as well as they help us on our in-house investment. And I was informed because of that, the Navajo Nation Council agreed to fund them under the general fund, and that started years back. We started contracting with RVK back in 2006. And for our investment managers, we have 22 investment managers for our master trust, and they are getting paid based on percentage. For example, some investment managers, the fee is 0.75% of the first 100 million, and then it goes down based on the amount of investment that they actively manage. So on that concept, they get paid based on the size of the portfolio, if you will, of under active management, and they charge us with certain fees. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Back to committee members. Any further questions?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
You have the floor, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you. So I just, then it clicked on if, is RVK considered a consultant? And we had talked about the definition of fixed cost. I don't know if that was ever, I don't think that was raised during that time, but if I could just get clarification from DOJ in terms of RVK managers, I just want to make sure it's in the right place. So is, and that's another legislation, so I also could wait for that answer. And I also, then the second part of my question is when, for the OMB report, in terms of the expenditure plan, then what happens to the funding when it's not used? Because what I'm looking at is, then was there an increase? So there's an increase of 1.8 million. Oh, there's an increase of 1.8 million and for contractual services. Is that, just help me understand then, where's the source of that funding? So is that because Permanent Trust Fund was able to rebound and so you have additional dollars and then that goes into contractual services? I just need to understand that 1.8 that I'm seeing on, because in total you have $18.3 million going to contractors in 6,500. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith and committee members.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Begay, back to you. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Delegate Crotty. If we don't expend the money, it goes back to the permanent fund. Any unexpended money goes back to permanent fund. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Controller, acting, Ms. Begay. Back to committee members. Any other further questions?
Vice Chair Smith, if Acting Controller could answer my question regarding the cost for the $18 million for consultants. Thank you.
Madam Controller, there was a question posed on the question from Honorable Crowder. You have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Crotty, based on the budget that was submitted, so the investment manager, it's at $13,630,803, and that will cover the 22 investment managers that currently on contract with the Navajo Nation to handle our investment portfolio. The rest, for example, the consulting fee, there's no consultant identified for that yet, as well as the attorneys and the other technical services. That's part of the $18,380,803. So if we don't hire anybody for FY22 for adult consultants, then that money will return back to the permanent fund. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Back to the committee members. Any further questions regarding the Permanent Trust Fund?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith and committee members. If I could ask OMB or Ms. Nakai, I'm looking at the OMB, I'm looking for the OMB report for OOC. You could just let me know when that was emailed. And I'm sorry, Acting Controller, I don't think you answered my question. I'm asking the question why why is there a $1.8 million increase for the contractual services? If you could let us know why there's an increase, I appreciate that. No, I understand any additional funding is reverted back to the principal fund, so thank you for answering that. But my second question was, why is there an increase in contractual service? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Back to Ms. Controller, Ms. Begay. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair, Ms. Crotty. I'm just looking at the actual expenditures for FY 2021 that resulted in an increase in the budget for consulting services. I believe back in 2021, there was additional consultants that was hired. I just don't have the detailed who are those consultants in addition to the investment managers, and that was picked up by investment section that developed this budget. Unfortunately, the accountant that developed this budget is on leave, but I'm looking at the OMB's report and I don't see the actual expenditures. Can I get back to you on that so that I can provide who are the consultants that were hired for FY 2021 that resulted in an increase in the budget for 2022? But my information here, there's none that is pending to be hired under the permanent fund. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. There's a request to Honorable Crotty to have a research and get back with you on this so that you can have a concise answer. Back to you, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you. Vice Chair, I appreciate the response and look forward to that information. Acting Controller, if you can email the whole committee, I'd appreciate that. It always is beneficial when the whole committee is apprised and given these answers. Thank you very much.
Committee members, any other further questions for the permanent fund? I don't hear any. Moving on to Judicial Public Safety Facility Project. Ms. Begay, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. Robert Willie will be reporting on that. Rob?
Thank you, Madam Controller. This is Robert Willie. Mr. Chair, do I have the floor?
Yes, you do, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Robert Willie, Accounting Manager, Office of Controller, for the record. I'll be presenting on the Judicial Public Facilities Maintenance Fund. This is the budget for FY22. The funding source is the sales tax that comes from Tax Commission. So we're requesting $5.5 million. The budget summary, 5.5. Last year, our budget was 5.5, and this year it's 5.5. There's no personnel in this account. Going on to Form 2, the goal statement is to pay interest, fees, and principal for the bond financing, and the performance measures to making the interest payments on a semi-annual basis. Goal statement 2 is the certificate regarding quarterly financial information, and the performance measure is to complete and send the certificate regarding quarterly financial information on a quarterly basis to the funding agency or the bond holders. So going on to Form 3, it's the detailed budget. This is making the interest and bond principal payments on the bond. As you recall, back in 2016, the Navajo Nation went out and seeked the bond from the open market, and we got a rating. The original bond amount was $52,900,000. So these are the payments that are for that bond. The bond is extinguished until 2031, so we have a considerable number of years to continue making these payments. But this is the interest and principal portion and the admin fees that are associated with it. The payments are usually due in December and in May, June. And each quarter, the Office of the Controller needs to perform the covenants, which is compiling the financial information. So that's a part of our goal statement. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions the committee has. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Willie. Committee members, questions?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate the report. So I'm looking at actually the judicial fund, special revenue 5.5. Thank you. I did have a question regarding that loan. When we draw down from this judicial public safety, is there something that I could refer to for that judicial public safety loan? And when that is actually, I'm trying to remember the audit, and I remember it was one. It's part of our debt. And when is that large payment due? And then the second part of my question, because there's a big move for more judicial or complexes across the nation, has there been any recommendation to add funding to that principal account so that we can possibly construct new facilities in the future? So those are two, I think, hypothetical questions. If you have the answer, Mr. Willie, I'd appreciate it. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yes, Honorable Crotty. Committee members, any other questions? Mr. Rubley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I believe the loan that Honorable Crotty is speaking about was taken out in 2012, I believe, 2012, 2013, and there was a original balloon payment on that particular debt. I believe it went out 3 years. Once that loan became due, we being the Navajo Nation, did a bridge loan, getting a loan to pay off that loan with Key Bank until this bond financing was completed. So the original debt for that balloon payment was $52,900,000. So if Delegate Crotty has last year's audit on page 44, it will actually show you that debt. It has the schedule in it. It has the principal and interest payments broken down for you. At the end of 2020, the balance principal of this loan was $41,720,000. The interest was $14,239,791, and the total due at that point in time was $55,959,791. This is actually a bond that went out into the market, so there's no additional loan amounts that will take place on this particular loan. The Judicial Public Safety does collect taxes, and there is a balance accumulating on that account. I don't have a breakdown of the actual balance at this point in time, but I do believe that Judicial did seek some of this money back in March, April, and they did get a portion. If the committee so likes, I could have another balance of that particular account ready for a revisit if possible, or if they just want to be apprised of the amount. Law and Order is actually the oversight for this particular fund as far as the project. So I believe they have a project listing which they approve and go through with both public safety and the judicial branch. And I think that answers all of the questions at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Back to committee members. Questions for this report on the Judicial Public Safety Facilities Project?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Cardi. I'm not sure, Vice Chair Smith, do you have any questions you wanted to ask? I know you're pro temping. I just wanted to see if you needed time to ask any questions.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. At this point in time, I think you're asking all the pertinent questions, and I'm picking up a lot of information. Thank you for participating and asking questions to the staff here. I'm fine, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Pro Tem. I'm not sure with budget hearings if we get our $42, but I'm definitely trying to earn it. Thank you.
I hear you. Committee members, any other questions on the Judicial Public Safety Facility Project? As a matter of fact, Honorable Crotty, I'd like to pro temp you real quick. I've got a question I'd like to pose since we're talking about public safety and judicial facilities.
Sure. If the committee has no objection, go ahead, Vice Chair Smith, with your question.
Thank you, Pro Temp, Chairwoman, Budget and Finance. My question is to the fact that I heard that there's sales tax being collected, and then I see that the, excuse me, on the report, there is sales tax derived from there is like 5.5 million. Could you decipher, is there a sales tax that's being collected by public safety? Is that being put in there? Or is this a separate whole different coffer that's being used? And if so, how can we just, how much is actually being collected through public safety? The reason why I say that is because you see how dilapidated two of our facilities are. And
thank
it seems to be
Vice Chair Smith, I apologize. If we could ask the agent, Mr. Willie, if you could answer, or
Mr. Willie, or the agent, yeah, the agent may be best to bring forth. Maybe I'm going a little too deep in this. I'll retract. I think I'm going too deep into the aspects of getting judicial and public safety on board. I think I'll ask that during the time when it comes to council or Navikiati, Madam Chair, Pro Temp. Madam Chair Pro Temp, I don't have any questions at this point in time. I think I'll wait till this goes to Navikiati and we do deliberate the whole budget as a whole.
I apologize, Vice Chair, I got booted off the call. Did Mr. Willie answer your question?
Pro Temp, no. I think I'll wait till this all to the comprehensive budget, and then I can ask his questions, because they'll probably entail the director of executive director of public safety. Thank you. I will not ask any questions at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, 10-4, back to being pro tem. Thank you.
Thank you for pro temping there, Honorable Karate. Committee members, any other further questions regarding the judicial? I don't hear any. Therefore, let's move on forward to investment fees. Ms. Begay?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. The investment piece, I'm trying to look for that business unit. Rob, are you reporting on this too?
Madam Controller, Vice Chair, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, if Peggy can clarify the investment fees, if she's speaking to the 1982 chapter, the Land Acquisition Trust Fund, Graduate Fund, TG&E Fund, the Scholarship Financial Assistance Trust Fund, the Handicap Trust, Vocational Trust, Elder Senior Citizens Trust, the Retirement Fund, and Veterans Trust, along with the Workers' Comp Trust Fund. I'm not sure if that's encompassing of all that. I guess if we can get clarification from Peggy on that particular item of the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Peggy, question goes to you on the investment fees. Could you clarify? Thank you.
Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Rob is right. Those are all under that item on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Therefore, you may proceed. Ms. Begay, those are the ones that you had just named off.
Okay.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. In that case, Rob Willie will be presenting all the investment fees for all these funds. Rob?
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Controller, sorry, excuse me. The first one up is the 1982 chapter, business unit 408000. It's a special revenue account, and we're requesting an amount of $103,273. The change in the budget last year, we requested $101,909. This year, there's an increase of $1,364, which brings the proposed budget to $103,273. There's no positions in this request. If you turn to Form 2, the goal statement is to provide timely and accurate payments that are made for investment management fee. And the estimated quarterly fee is approximately $25,818 per quarter. If you turn to page, our Form 4, the interest portion, or the investment manager's fee is total to $103,273. And I'd be happy to answer any questions with that one. I'm not sure if the committee wants me to go through all of them at once or do them as singular also. If I could get direction on that, Mr. Pro Temp Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob Willie, for that report. Committee members, any questions based off of this, or do you want to continue on through the list and then come back and ask for questions? I'll leave it up to the committee members. Committee members, what's your suggestion on this?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, recognize you. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I could follow through. I just want to make an observation on our digital copy. These are not specifically in order. So if there could just be a small pause in between each fund, because then I have to look for it in my document. Thank you, Vice Chair.
I think we're on the same level here, Honorable Crotty. I'm trying to keep up with, there's 132 pages and I'm on page 98, trying to locate frantically. Mr. Willie, could you continue on with the request, but to pause and maybe give us a page number. That way we can follow along if you are on the laptop or using a computer to provide that. I didn't get my hard copies. I understand they were they were provided for us this morning. I went and checked yesterday, but there's no hard copies. So we appreciate that as committee members, as the vice chair of the Budget and Finance on the hearing here. Mr. Willie, thank you.
Oh, okay, Mr. Pro Temp Chair. On the PDF, I believe it's page 49 of 132, and this will be the Sehasen Fund.
Committee members, this will be 49 of 132 if you're following along on the laptop, Sehasen. Thank you, Mr. Willie. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pro Temp Chair. So this is the Sehasen Fund, Business Unit 407002. It's a fiduciary fund. The amount requested is $2,720,088. In FY21, which we're in, we requested $2,415,811, which is a change difference for this year of $304,277. So our proposed budget is $2,720,088. Obviously, there's no positions in this request. If you go to Form 2, which is page 50, our goal statement, as I stated earlier, is to provide timely and accurate payments for investment management fee. The estimated quarterly fee is the performance measure, which is $680,022 for each quarter, first, second, third, and fourth quarter. And if you turn the page to page 51 of the PDF, this is Form 4 of the Sehasen Fund. And we'll be placing the budget in financial services, $6,700 for the $2,720,088. So I'll pause there.
Thank you, Mr. Rob Willie, for providing that information. We're on track right now, hopefully. Committee members, at this point in time, while there's a pause, is there any questions pertaining to the Sehasen Fund that was presented? I don't hear any. Mr. Willie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. The next one I'll be presenting on is on page 90 of the PDF, which is the 1986 chapter. So I'll give you a few moments to find that in your PDF.
Thank you, sir. Committee members, page 90 of 132 on the PDF, beginning with the 1986 chapter, business unit number 408001. Mr. Willie, you have the floor. I think we're all possibly on that same page. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. This is the, as I said, 1986 chapter. It's a special revenue. We're requesting $121,810. It's an increase of, well, actually it's a decrease of $535. FY21, we requested $122,345. Our proposed budget for 1986 chapter for FY22 is $121,810. And there's no personnel and no vehicles. If you turn to Form 2, our goal statement, as before, to provide timely and accurate payments for investment manager fees. Our estimated quarterly payment for these fees is $30,452. If you turn to page 92 of the PDF, Form 4, the breakdown of the management fees is in the 6,700 line item for the $121,810. And that concludes my presentation for that portion. If you have any questions, or I'll pause here.
Thank you, Mr. Willie.
I have a question.
Okay, Honorable Crotty, you're recognized. Go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Mr. Willie, on page 3 of 3, am I reading this right? It says
revenue interest is 121,810, but your form is asking for manager fees for that exact amount. Can you help me understand, is this earning any additional dollars, or are we just using revenue interest revenue to pay for the financial service? And if you don't know the answer, please let me know, and maybe that's something I could ask the investment committee. I just want to make sure I'm reading the budget form correctly. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yes, Honorable Crotty, on page 3 of 3. I'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Willie. Mr. Willie, there's a question posed by Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. All the investment accounts do earn interest. The way the budgets are put together is based upon the driving force of each resolution. So like with the permanent fund had a certain portion for administrative costs and investment fees. Veterans Trust has a certain amount also. So the way that investments constructed these was just to take a portion of the invested amounts that they're earning for that particular payment. So that's my understanding of how that works. If a Matter Controller has any other thoughts on that, you could also bring it up to the investment committee too also to clarify. But that's my understanding of how these investment accounts work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Does that answer your question, Honorable Crotty?
Not completely. If I could ask Acting Controller, the way my brain is interpreting this is you're drawing or you're using the interest income to pay the managers, but is that the only interest earning off of the principal? If you could just answer that question, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. It's a direct question. Back to Madam Controller. Ms. Begay, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Crotty, for the question. We are using the interest earned to offset the cost of the investment manager fees, but it doesn't mean that's not the only interest earned. The investment earned more than that, but we're just offsetting the cost of the manager fees. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Back to Honorable Crotty. Any further questions or follow up on this?
No, thank you, Vice Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Also, thank you, Mr. Willie and Ms. Begay. Any other questions regarding this? If not, we'll go ahead and move forward. Committee members? Mr. Willie, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. The next account I'll be presenting on is on page 94 of 132. This is the Land Acquisition Fund. Business unit is 415000. So I'll give you a few moments to find that on your PDF document.
Thank you, Willie, for giving us some page number and the business unit number. Committee members, are we ready to proceed? Are we on page 1 of 3, Budget Form 1 for FY 2022? I'll take that as a yes. You may proceed, Mr. Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. This is the, as I said, Land Acquisition Trust Fund. It is a special revenue. This is the FY 22 request for $587,864,000. The budget summary, FY 21, our request was $516,833. FY 22, we're requesting $587,864, which is a difference, an increase of $71,031. There are no positions and no vehicles budgeted in this account. Moving on to Form 2, which is on page 95. This is to provide an accurate and timely payments for the investment manager fees. The estimated amount that we're going to be paying for fees is $146,966 per quarter, which will total out to the $587,864 that we're requesting. So if you go to page 96 of the PDF, which is budget form 4, the financial services object code 6700 is where we'll be paying these fees for a total of $587,864. And that completes the land acquisition trust fund request for investment fees. Any questions?
Committee members, any questions? Honorable Crotty, I'd like to pro temp you real quick. I got a question.
Absolutely, Vice Chair. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty, pro temp. This question poses on page 3 of 3. I think it's basically the same question that Honorable Crotty asked, but it's quite interesting on what's taking place here. We're earning interest, however, then we're asking for the same amount. If we're earning interest, why are we asking the same amount? I mean, that interest is already there. It's like you have a number of livestock and you already going to account that for payment, and yet on the other hand, you're asking for more livestock. I just it kind of caught my eye when Mama Crotty brought that up. So every year we're just utilizing the interest. We collect this amount. Is that what we're doing? We're collecting an amount of $587,000, and yet at the same token, we are breaking it up into 4 quarters, and it's coming out to the same amount to pay for the interest. Is that what we're doing? Or could you explain that a little more in detail? Because these things are recurring, I should say, every year. And it seems like as long as we have the land acquisition fund, we have all those investment fees that were listed by Mr. Willie, then we're going to be doing this over and over and over. I guess maybe this question should be posed to the investment committee. Is there some way we could amend it, or just use the interest and whatever? Do we earn more interest, and do they request that whole interest back? Let's say next year the interest goes up to $600,000. Are we going to be saying, okay, the interest was $600,000, so we're going to give them $600,000? Is that how this works, or is it based off the interest? Let's say the interest really drops and it bottoms out to half of that, $2,500,000. Do we have to match that $2,500,000 to come back up to somewhere in the neighborhood of $587,000? Those are my questions, Pro Temp Chair, Madam Honorable Crotty. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Sponsor Delegate Henyo, did you want to answer or defer to your agent? Thank you. Chairman Henyo, are you on the line? Staff, can we make sure that Chairman Henyo, if he's having trouble with the mute?
Hello, I'm finally unmuting myself.
Okay.
I'm here.
Chairman Henyo, did you want to answer Vice Chair's question, or did you want to defer to your agent?
Well, I have questions and comments regarding the investment fees. And as we resolutions from the investment committee regarding the fees that we pay, and it's all passed through the budget and finance as final authority. Therefore, the way the fees are negotiated is through basis points. And so that's how we were able to move on the renegotiation of these fees, and we passed these resolutions. And it's based on how well they perform, and therefore that's how they earn their fees. And the non-performing managers, there are some that were relieved of their duties, because that's how RBK, every time we have a new meeting, they would give us a listing of how the investment managers are conducting their business. And then there are some that are being flagged. As you are aware, when we were up in New York City, there were some managers that were being flagged and being watched. And at the same time, if that was the same, then we had to relieve 2 managers. At one time, I remember during this tenure, I was sitting on the Budget and Finance Committee. And so, but if my agent, Ms. Elizabeth Gay, would like to add, or Mr. Willie, I yield the floor to Office of the Controller.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Acting Controller, Ms. Begay, do you have any answers, or Mr. Willie?
Yes, Pro Temp Chair, I just want to add, like, for example, this land acquisition trust fund, it has a principal balance of approximately 200 million. So if that investment earned 10% interest, then it's equivalent to 20 million. So this interest that we're deducting from that 20 million of 587,000 is just to offset the fee. The investment earned more than 587,000. Ms. Pro Temp Chair?
Thank you, Acting Controller. Vice Chair Smith, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, Honorable Crotty, I do have a question. I understand that the land acquisition's got 200 million, and 10% of that equates out to 20 million. And then there's a deduction of 587,000 from that 20 million to pay for the fees. Is that how that works? Because that interest is substantial, and the more money we have in the investment, the more interest we accumulate. I guess that's why earlier there was controller said something about 5.6 billion in the permanent fund, which is overall everything that we're talking about. Is that how this picture is, and we break it down into segments? That's my question, so I can get a little better understanding. I appreciate that, Pro Temp, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Committee members, are there any other questions? Hearing none, Sponsor Chairman Henio, do you have a response? Or if you want to defer to your agent?
Yes, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, Budget and Finance Committee. The whole fees are based on how the market does. If the market is on an upswing like it has been within the last year, then of course the managers earn their fees. If the market is not doing good, when it starts to fall, then of course the fees of the managers also go down. It's not a fixed cost. It's based on how the current market conditions are at the end of the quarters. And so I'm hoping that you're understanding that it's based on the market conditions. At the same time, where we also need to concentrate on is that many of these fees are based negotiated, and we are pretty much are given a lot of consideration being who we are and how much money we have. That we have the lowest fees that we could possibly get from the money managers. I just wanted to make that clear also too. At the same time, with the 5.6 billion, that's including, if you include everything, including the general funds and all the retirement and the PTF, permanent fund, it is up in that close to $6 billion. But if you're just looking at the master trust only, it's about 4.8, I believe it was. So that's what we need to look at as far as how. So what the investment is master trust plus the retirement. Ms. Begay, if you'd like to add anything else?
Yes, thank you. Correct. I have this report for our permanent trust fund as well as the Sihasen, which we call the master trust. But this is as of March 31st, 2021. They're still trying to compile for this past quarter as of June 30th. And we are scheduled to have an investment committee meeting for our quarterly report. I believe it's scheduled August 24th. But according to this report, for the master trust, there was 4.4 billion. And the deferred comp, there's a 1.2 billion. And then the in-house investment that the controller's office is managing, that's another 1 billion, over 1 billion. So that's a lot of a big chunk of our investment being overseen by the investment committee, if you will. And Vice Chair is correct that only part of the, for example, the 20 million interest earned for that 200 million land acquisition trust fund, which is equivalent to the 587,000, is being paid to the investment manager. Ms. Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Madam Acting Controller. Vice Chair Smith, I'm sorry, is that Mr. Willie?
Yes, if I may also add to it, please.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Mr. Willie.
Okay, thank you. Title 16, NNC 205, expenditure of the fund, and that's this land acquisition. So I believe the committee was asking, is this the only portion of the revenues that we're going to get? The answer to that is no. So our projection for FY22 is actually $5,355,713 or so that this fund will generate. So there's a portion that the controller gets, which is the amount that's shown on the budget, and that's just for the investment manager fees. The rest will go to the program. So the program is slated to get $4,820,142, and they can budget that for land purchases and such. So the two added together, the 4.8 plus the controller's portion, should equal the 90% that the fund actually makes. The other 10% is supposed to go back into the fund itself to be reinvested, and that amount is going to be about $535,571. Why we put that on the budget forms to show it that way? That's a very good question. I don't think that the credit portion should be on there, but I'm not sure if that's something that OMB had us place on there to show the offset. But the total amount of revenue that we're predicting for the land acquisition trust is $5,355,713. I hope that helps clarify some of this. And I'd be happy to entertain any other questions related to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. So the committee members, land acquisition fund is on my page 34 of the 132 pages. Vice Chair Smith, did you have any follow-up questions?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to ask questions. At this point in time, I appreciate all the answers and I got a better understanding. Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Would you like to continue to pro tem?
Yes, I'll go ahead and take over. Thank you, Madam Chair. Pro tem.
Absolutely.
At this point in time, committee members, any further questions regarding the land acquisition fund? If not, Mr. Willie, you may proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Temp Chair. The next fund that I'll be presenting on is the graduate fund. And that starts on page 98 of 132. So I'll give you a few moments to get to that next page.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. I think we are all on page 98 with the graduate fund. You may proceed.
Okay. So the business unit on this one is 509001, graduate fund. The funding source is special revenue. The request is for $191,246,000. Our budget summary, FY21, our request was $166,600. Our proposed budget for FY22 is $191,246 for a difference of $24,646. Obviously, there's no positions and no vehicles. So turning to the next page, page 99 of 132, is your Form 2. Our goal statement is timely and accurate payments made for investment manager fees, and our estimated quarterly fee is $47,811. Moving on to page 100 of 132 of the PDF is Form 4, Graduate Fund. Our financial services object code will be utilized for the total amount of $191,246, and that's the Graduate Fund, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Back to committee DNF committee members. Any questions regarding this?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you. Go ahead, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. I'd like to ask OMB if they could just help me understand on their budget form, the revenue section with the interest, that requirement. If you could just help me understand why that's placed there, that would be, that's interesting. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. OMB, are you still available to ask or to respond back to Honorable Crotty's question? OMB? Mr. Dominic Vial, are you still with us?
I am still here. Mr. Chair,
okay,
committee members.
Okay, you have
Mr.
the floor,
Chair.
Mr.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, committee members, replying to Delegate Crotty's question. I don't have the budget form in front of me that you're referring to. And as was said by Darlene Sam earlier, the regular senior budget analyst who handles the controller's budgets had a medical appointment this afternoon, which is why she is not here. she would probably know. In all honesty, I don't know. So what I can do is get with her in the morning, and then we can send an email message back to Delegate Crotty on her question. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dominic Beal. Honorable Crotty, is that sufficient? Back to you, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, Pro Tem, thank you. If I could make the request that is just the answer to all of Budget and Finance and our staff, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crotty. Noted that, and then we'll ensure that all members of Budget Finance Committee receive that from OMB. Committee members, any further questions? If not, moving along, Mr. Willie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President Chair. Our next budgets that we will be presenting is page 102 of the 132 PDF document. This is TG&E Trust Fund. Business unit is 509003. I'll give you a few moments to find that on your PDF.
Thank you, sir. Committee members, TG&E Trust Fund is up next, page 102 of 132. You may proceed, Mr. Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. This is TG&E Trust Fund. It's a special revenue fund. Our request is $13,851. Our budget summary in FY21, our request was $12,408. Our proposed budget for FY22 is $13,851. No positions and no vehicles. Turning to the next page, which is 103 of the 132-page PDF document. This is budget form 2. Our performance criteria is timely and accurate payments for investment manager fees, and our estimated quarterly fee would be $3,463 for each one of the 4 quarters in FY22. Moving on to page 104 of the PDF. This is Form 4, and in Object Code 6700 Financial Services, we have a budgeted amount of $13,851, which is the accumulation of the $3,462.75 for the 4 quarters. And that concludes the TG&E Trust Fund, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Back to Honorable Crotty. I'd like you to pro-temp. I got a quick question I'd like to pose to OMB.
Yeah, go ahead.
Correction. Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for letting me speak on this behalf. This question is not to OMB, I'm sorry, it's to OOC. The question is, you have these broken down in quarters, and I keep hearing that Navajo Nation is late on their payments. Is that a problematic thing that we're continuously having, late on our payments, getting payments out? I know we're trying to keep a good credit rating. When we do credit rating, we are supposed to be on top of our bills and pay these on top. Let's say for 1 quarter, we don't pay out for 2 months. Is there interest tacked onto that? Basically from the investment, this is timely and accurately payments are made for the investment management fee. And I'm sure they want their payment right after the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th quarter. If any one of these fail to happen at a timely manner, let's say 1st and 2nd quarter is not paid out till the 3rd quarter, is there interest included on that? That's my question, and I'm hoping that we don't have late payments. And thank you, Pro Temp.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Are there any other questions from the committee? Not hearing any. Sponsor Chairman Henio, do you have an answer, or did you want to defer to your agents? Thank you.
Yeah, this is Nanda. I'll defer to my agent to answer that question for Vice Chairman.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie.
Go ahead, Mr. Willie.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I'm not aware of any late fees regarding these. I believe some of these are actually paid monthly, but we accumulate them because the budget forms ask for quarterly information. But I believe that we do make the payments monthly. I haven't heard of any interest tacked on. I'd have to defer to the investment section on that. I'm not sure if Acting Controller has any thoughts on this also, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Madam Acting Controller, Ms. Begay, do you have any additional information?
Thank you, Madam Pro Temp. Yeah, I believe our investment managers were not late in paying them. Not like the one we have problems with our vendors, if you will. But for investment managers, it's automatic. We pay them as when it's due. They don't even bill us. We automatically pay them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Acting Controller. Ms. Begay, Vice Chair Smith, did you have a follow-up or an additional question?
Madam, no, I don't, Honorable Crotty. I don't have any more questions. Thank you. That was sufficient.
Thank you. You can, you definitely have the pro tem gavel. Thank you.
Thanks for the gavel. Back to Mr. Willie. I think we don't have any more questions on the TG&E Trust Fund. Therefore, let's move on to the next investment fees.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair. The next one that I'll be presenting on is on page 106 of the 132-page PDF document. This will be the Scholarship Financial Assistance Trust Fund. The business unit is 509005, and I'll give you a few moments to find that on your PDF.
Thanks for that time, Mr. Willie. You may proceed with the Scholarship Assistance Trust Fund.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Temp Chair. This is the Scholarship Financial Assistance Trust Fund. It is a special revenue account. The amount requested is $46,048. The budget summary, FY21, our request was $45,818. Our proposed budget for FY22 is $46,048, which is an increased difference of $230. There are no personnel and no vehicles budgeted in this account. Moving on to page 107 of the 132-page PDF document. This is the Form 2, which is the performance criteria, program performance criteria. Our first goal statement is timely and accurate payments made for investment management fees. Our estimated quarterly fee is $11,512 for each quarter. Moving on to budget form 4, which is page 108 of the 132-page document. We have a budgeted amount in object code 6700 financial services of $46,048, which is broken down by the 4 quarters of $11,512. And that concludes the presentation on the Scholarship and Financial Assistance Fund.
Yeah, Mr. Willie. Committee members, questions? Committee members, questions? We have, I think, 7 more to entertain, and it's getting after 6 p.m. So let's move forward. If there's no questions, Mr. Willie, you have the next investment fee.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. The next one is on page 110 of the 132-page PDF document. This would be the Handicap Trust Fund. Business unit is 709009. And
I think, but let's move on. Mr. Willie, you have the floor.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. This fund, the Handicap Trust Fund, Business Unit 709009 is a fiduciary fund. Our request is for $54,370. FY21 budget we requested was $48,554. Our proposed budget for FY22 is $54,370, which is an increased difference of $5,816. No positions and no vehicles. Moving on to page 111, budget form 2 is to provide timely and accurate payments for investment management fees. Our estimated quarterly fee is $13,592 per quarter. Moving on to page 112, our budgeted amount in object code 6700 financial services is $54,370, which is comprised of the $13,592.50 for the 4 quarters. And that concludes that presentation for the Handicap Trust Fund.
Thank you very much. Committee members, questions? I don't hear any requests for any questions. You may proceed, Mr. Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. Moving on to page 114 of the 132-page PDF document. This is the Vocational Trust Fund, which is Business Unit 709012. I'll give just a few moments and then I'll proceed. This is a fiduciary fund. Our request is $45,198. Our approved original budget for FY21 was $41,149. Our proposed FY22 budget is $45,198, which is an increased difference of $4,049. No positions and no vehicles are budgeted in this account. Our budget form 2, which is on page 115 of the PDF document. Our performance criteria is timely and accurate payments for investment manager fees. Our estimated quarterly fee is $11,299 for each one of the 4 quarters. Moving on to page 116 of the PDF document is our budget form 4. Our budgeted amount in financial services, which is an object code 6700, is a total of $45,198, which is comprised of the $11,299.50, and that concludes the Vocational Trust Fund.
Committee members, questions? Mr. Willie, you may proceed. Next one.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. Our next proposed budget is on page 118 of the 132-page document. It is the Senior Citizens Trust. Business unit is 713008. I'll give just a few moments for you to catch up on the PDF document. This is a fiduciary fund. Our request is for $44,430. Our approved budget this year was $40,060. Our proposed budget for FY22 is $44,430, which is an increased difference of $4,370. There are no positions budgeted and no vehicles budgeted in this account. Moving on to page 119 of the PDF is our budget form 2, which is timely and accurate payments for investment management fees. Our estimated quarterly fee is $11,107 for each one of the 4 quarters. Moving on to Budget Form 4, which is on page 120 of the 132-page PDF document. We have a budgeted amount in financial services, object code 6700 of $44,430, which is comprised of four payments of $11,107.50 for each one of the 4 quarters, and that concludes the Senior Citizens Trust Fund.
Thank you very much. Committee members, questions? Senior Center, Senior Citizens. I don't hear no questions. Let's proceed. Mr. Willie.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Temp Chair. Moving on to page 122 of the PDF document is the retirement fund. This is business unit 714001. Give you just a few seconds to find that on your PDF documents. The retirement fund is a fiduciary fund. The amount requested is $6,621,425. Our approved budget for FY20 in this fund was $5,886,547. Our requested a budget for FY22 is $6,621,425 for an increased difference of $734,878. There are no positions or no vehicles budgeted in this account. Moving on to page 123 of the PDF document is the Form 2, and again is to provide timely and accurate payments for investment management fees. Our estimated quarterly fee is $1,655,356 for each one of the 4th quarter. Actually, 4th quarter has one more dollar, which is $1,655,357. Moving on to page 124 of the PDF document. This is the budget form 4. Again, the amount is budgeted in object code 6700 for a total of $6,621,425, which is comprised of $1,655,356.25 for each one of the 4 quarters. And that concludes the retirement fund.
Questions, committee members, on the retirement fund?
Vice
I don't
Chair
think there's any
Smith,
questions.
Delegate Crotty with a question.
Honorable Crotty, you may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Willie or sponsor, is this retirement fund? I'm looking at back to the fixed cost. Is this the same fund as that retirement plan account that's possibly getting $3 million as a fixed cost? I'm just trying to understand the rationale on OMB and how they're using the personal lapse savings fund and the restriction on proprietary accounts. So I just need to know if this is the same one or is this a different account? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty, for that question. I will turn the floor over to Chair Henyo and his agents. Chair Henyo, you have the floor. Chair Henyo?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. Sure, talking away. I was saying that if we had Department of Retirement Services on the line, they would be able to better answer the question too. But we'll see if either Mr. Rob Willie or Madam Controller, Acting Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, will be able to assist in this response. Thank you.
Ms. Begay? Acting Controller, are you still with us?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. According to the accountant that developed the budget is for the retirees. So maybe the retirement office can clarify what is this source of funding for this. Anybody from the retirement office?
Andrea, are you on board this afternoon or this evening?
Good afternoon. Yes, I am.
Okay, there's a question posed, hopefully that we can get an answer. I'll turn the floor over to you. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair and Honorable Amber Crotty, for the question in reference to the retirement fund. As you are on the Office of the Controller Special Revenue Funds, the retirement fund that they're referring to is managed by the Office of the Controller in reference to fees and funding. And $3 million related to the fixed costs under Budget Unit 118018 is to fund the liability for the retirement money. So with the fees and the liability, they are two separate, I guess, expenses, or with the fees and the expense that we have to put into the retirement funds. So they would be two separate accounts. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Holmes. Back to committee members. On Crotty, you have a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. If Ms. Holmes and the Controller Office can just give me maybe either a one-page, like a visual or a summary of the difference between the liability account and how that's managed, and then the retirement fund that's being discussed here, that would be helpful in understanding those two fund pots of dollars. And maybe at that time, Ms. Holmes can identify if this liability account is considered a proprietary account. I think that would be helpful as we understand how personal savings lapse fund is being used. But understanding it's going to be waived, so it'll be a moot point. But I think it helps me understand how to properly do make recommendations in the future. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair.
Agushi, Honorable Karate. Did you get that, Ms. Holmes? Request on that? Back to you, Ms. Holmes.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty and Vice Chair Smith. I can get with the Office of the Controller and we can prepare a one-page report so you can better understand the retirement fund. Thank you.
Agushi, appreciate that. Committee members, any other questions on the retirement fund? If not, Mr. Willie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. Moving on, we'll be on page 126 of the 132-page PDF document. This is the Veterans Trust Fund. Business unit is 714006. I'll give you a few seconds there to find that on your PDF document. So, the electricity just went out here. So moving on, this is fiduciary fund. The amount is $617,391 that we're requesting for FY21 or 22. Excuse me, I'm sorry, it's starting to get late now. Our amount for FY21 was $540,954. Our proposed budget is $617,391. Which is an increased difference total of $76,400. $437. There are no positions or vehicles which are budgeted in this account. Moving on to budget form 2. Our performance goal, as was previously stated, is for timely and accurate payments for investment management fees. Our estimated quarterly fee is $154,348 per quarter. Moving on to page 128 of the PDF document is budget form 4. Budgeted in object code 6700 financial services is $617,391, which is comprised of 4 quarters of payments of $154,347.75, which total out to that 617. And that concludes the Veterans Trust Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Willie, for that report. Committee members, questions on Veterans Trust Fund? I don't hear any questions. Mr. Willie, you may proceed. Workers' compensation, I think, is next.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair, and you are correct. On page 130 of the PDF document, Workers' Comp Trust Fund. This is Business Unit 814001. I'll give you a few seconds to find that. So this is considered a proprietary fund. The amount requested is $50,378. Our request in FY21 was $45,838,000. Our FY21 proposed is $50,378, which is an increased difference total of $4,540. There are no positions budgeted and no vehicles budgeted. Moving on to page 131 of the PDF document is budget form 2. And our goal statement is to provide timely and accurate payments for investment management fees. Our estimated quarterly fee is $12,594 per quarter. Moving on to page 132 of the 132-page document is our budget form 4. In object code 6700 financial services, we have the amount of $50,378 budgeted, which is comprised of 4 quarters of payments of $12,594.50 each. And that concludes the Workers' Compensation Fund program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Will. Committee members, questions? I don't hear any.
Yellowhair. Chair.
Honorable Yellowhair, I'll recognize you. You may proceed with your question.
I think we're doing okay. Everything's fine according to. I don't think I have any conflict in this area. In every aspect, with all these investment funds, looks like there's in every area where there's increased expense in there, Mr. Willie. I think it's hard cool. It's based on a report by Ms. Delgarito, is that her name? Prepared his budget and everything was increasing, all the expense. That's my question. Is how it goes. Every expense is increased every year. Chair, that's just mine. I have no concern, but that's just how this worksheet goes in every investments on this area on the investment manager fee. Pay a little more in every area. Vice Chair.
Agushi, I don't think there was a question posed in that. It was more of a comment. Thank you, Honorable Yellowhair. Back to committee members. Any questions regarding the Workers' Comp Trust Fund or any follow-up questions? I don't hear any.
I have another question, Chair. Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, I'll recognize you. You may proceed with your question.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Yeah, I was looking at every worksheet in this area, and there's Delgarito signs off for Brent T. Where is Brent Winnicott anyway? Elizabeth, this question of Elizabeth Begay, Controller.
Honorable Yellow Hair, are you asking whereabouts is Mr. Winika? Is that what you're asking? To the controller?
Yes.
Is that,
Yeah, that's
okay.
my question.
They had lost you, Jake. Back to Elizabeth Begay, controller. There's a question posed by Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Delegate Yellow Hair, for that question. Brent Wanika, he's on extended medical leave. And Geraldine Delgado, she's just on leave today. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much for that answer. Committee members, any other questions pertaining to the Workman's Comp Trust Fund? I don't hear it.
Chair,
I don't hear.
Chair, Chair, this is Delegate Yellow Hair.
Honorable Yellow Hair, you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much to report on this from the investments report. I just want to say thanks to Mr. Willie and also our pro temp controller. Thank you very much for your help. Chair, Vice Chair, Bakinson. Thank you.
Agushi, I don't see anybody else wanting to ask questions on this Workers' Compensation Trust Fund. Mr. Willie, you may proceed. I think you got one more.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. The one that I have left is the Finance and Accounting Scholarship. And that's on page 57 of the PDF document. So I'll give you a few moments to get to that section of the PDF.
Shane, thank you, Mr. Willie. You may proceed. I think we're all on page 57 of 132 on a PDF.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem Chair. So this is the Finance and Accounting Scholarship Project. It's Business Unit 509008. This is a special revenue account. The amount for FY22 is $60,000. The approved budget for FY21 was $60,000. Our proposed budget is $60,000, so there's a zero difference total. There's no positions and no vehicles in this business unit. Moving on to page 58 of the PDF is Budget Form 2. And this is our goal statement is the scholarship fund will be monitored against investment managers' contributions received annually, and our performance measure is to encourage majors in finance, accounting, economics, and public administration among Navajo students. Our first quarter goal is 2,000. Our second quarter goal is 5,000, and our third quarter goal is 53,000. So goal statement number 2 is award $5,000 to at least 12 students per year, depending on the contributions received. Our performance measure objective is finance, accounting, economics, and public administration degree. And we're looking at our goal is 12 in the third quarter. So that concludes Budget Form 2. Moving on to page 59 of the PDF document is Form 4. So we have a requested budgeted amount of, in object code 8900, which is other. Our detail object code is 8925, which is scholarship, and that is the 60,000 that we're requesting. And that concludes the Finance and Accounting Scholarship Project, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. That concludes the Finance Accounting Scholarship Program. Committee members, do we have any questions for Mr. Willie or the acting Elizabeth Begay controller?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
You may proceed, Honorable Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. And I'm going to apologize. I was not able to get on the call when the Office of the Controller provided her
the section for the Office of the Controller. So I would like to ask on page 3 of 13, so my page 27, the controller, you have an increase of 1.2 million for your personal expense. But when I look down at your total positions budgeted, last year you had 94, and this year you have 94. Can you help me understand that increase? Because when I went to the breakdown, and at first I was so excited because I saw salary adjustment, but then I see 0 and temporary 0. Can you help me understand where that extra 1.2 million is coming from? Because it looks like employee salary and fringe benefits at 3 months. So if you could help me understand that note. And it also looks like the position, the political appointee position salary has been modified from the previous controller. So I don't know if that's going to be the base on how that's contracted and negotiated, but if you could help me understand that, I'd appreciate that. And I did request Vice Chair Pro Tem, I think that's Delegate Yellow Hair speaking. Oh, if you could still hear me, I did request an amendment to add the recommendation for the waiver language. And if Ms. Tapahi can let me know if the turnaround in terms of making that amendment to the legislation. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, please use your phone. We can hear your conversation. Thank you very much. Back to Honorable Karate. We'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Madam Controller, Acting. Ms. Elizabeth Gay, there was questions posed and you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for the question, Delegate Crotty. Yeah, I believe I missed explaining this OOC budget under Business Unit 107022 on page 27 of your PDF file. So for the general fund for FY fiscal year 2022, we're budgeted for $3,360,708. Indirect costs, $2,565,229. And personnel lapse fund, $169,169 for a total budget of $6,095,106. And that's an increase from FY21 of $333,203. The problem with FY21, the budget that is shown there is only budgeted for 9 months. At the time last year, there was not enough money allocated for the Office of the Controller for this fiscal year 22 budget. There was an increase in indirect costs and also the personnel lapse fund, as well as the cut in the salary of the controller helped us to budget 12 months instead of 9 months. So for personnel expenses, there was an increase of $1,213,197. And of course, we cannot really compare the FY21 to 22 because again, in 21, it was only budgeted for 9 months, but in 22, it's 12 months. And the rest of our expenditure, like travel expenses, went down. The budget for $29,628 was a decrease of $56,148. For supplies, budget for 22 is $58,670. It's a decrease of $300 $14,830. For lease and rental, the budget $25,073. It's a decrease of $9,607. For repairs and maintenance, budgeted for fiscal year 22, 20,000, and a decrease of 110,000. Contractual services budget is $53,670, a decrease of $375,538. In special transactions, $60,119, a decrease of $13,872. Our personal budget covers like 96% of the overall total budget. And if you look at the program performance criteria on page 2 of the budget report for our first goal statement, and this relates to general accounting, they anticipate to reconcile all bank statements within 20 days of receiving bank statements from the bank. So they anticipate to do 20 days. So that's the quarterly report for performance is 20 days every quarter. And the next goal performance to reconcile all general accounts or general ledger accounts within 20 days of each month per quarter. And again, the performance measures every quarter is 20 days. The third, to close all business units by each month end. And goal again is 20 days every quarter. And the last goal statement for general accounting, to prepare all financial statements by 25th of each month per quarter. And as shown in the performance criteria report, it's 25 days every quarter. The next goal statement, this pertains to payroll, to process 20,000 employee timesheets quarterly so they can receive a bi-weekly payroll check. And that's divided every quarter, 20,000 employees. The third goal statement, to pay vendor invoices within 30 days of receipt of accounts payable. And again, it's 30 days every quarter. The number 4 goal statement pertains to contract accounting, and there's several performance measures to submit all financial reports to grantor per quarter. And that's based on the report, so 280 reports per quarter. The next, to process Navajo Nation closed external funds accounts per quarter, and that's 10 per quarter for external fund. The third is to report all external funds to Navajo Nation government per quarter. And that's 4 per quarter. And the last one, to complete all cash drawdown per quarter. And it's 22 per quarter. The last goal statement, to effectively report bank balances, forecast daily balance, and maintain Navajo Nation cash position. And that pertains to accounts receivable, cashier section. The first performance measure, to reconcile and maintain all accounts receivable due to Navajo Nation by the 10th of each month per year. And that's between 750 reconciliation. And the last one is to record and receive all cash and wire transfer transactions. And they estimate between 250 to 300 million per quarter. I missed the budget positions, the number of employees that budgeted for FY 22, which is the same, 94 employees. And we have a list of all the 94 employees. There's 16 vacant positions that we need to fill for these fiscal year 22, except for the controller position. All the vacant positions are budgeted full-time, 2,088 hours. But the controller position, I believe we calculated it at half of the previous controller's budget, but we still budgeted it at 2,088. And the next page, page 8 of 13, which is the breakdown of the personnel expenses. Those are the 94 employees. And of course, the controller is budgeted at political appointee French. For travel, there's the budget for fleet. We have 3 vehicles that's budgeted at 7,648. There's personnel travel of 21,980. We zeroed out the vehicle rental and the air. We don't have budget for that. For supplies, there's 20,000 budgeted. Non-capital assets, $10,170. Operating supplies of 28,500. Building space for meeting space of 5,000. And there's the storage space for our bins of $15,073. Next page, there's no budget for communication or equipment supplies. That's zeroed. For telephone, there's no budget for repairs and maintenance, but there is a budget for services, which is 10,000. Technology, another 10,000, and contractual services of $53,670. Next page is spatial transaction, the training and professional dues. That's 5,000 for training, professional dues of $1,425. And the other expense is the background checks for 5,000. And next expenditure is the insurance and premiums. And that totaled to $47,694. And the last page lists all the vacant positions for the office of the controller, and that's 16 vacant positions. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Elizabeth Begay, Acting Controller. Committee members, questions?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
Honorable Crotty, you may proceed with your question.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Thank you, Controller. I just want to refer to the OMB report regarding, I'm trying to get to that page, the single audit report for fiscal year 2019, page 17 of 17. There is one. So the first 2 items for sure has the Office of Controller identified as the responsible party. And so I'm gonna look at the second one because the first one was cleared, but the second one was a repeat on the audit. If you can give me an idea in terms of how you plan with this budget to address the information technology. There's significant deficiency in internal controls over financial reporting. The deficiencies of the nation's IT internal controls, user access reviews not completed, password policy for J.D. Edwards not complied with nation's password policy, IT not notified of terminations immediately. And this is a repeat finding. Can you let me know where that is going to be addressed? I'd like to know the answer, especially as we move forward to the second stage of the hardship program. It's my understanding your IT program is also heading up that second round for hardship cares. I just want to make sure that there is these internal controls are going to be addressed. And if you could give me an idea how the Office of the Controller is involved with completing finding number 3, because that's also a repeat in the 2020 audit. And number 4, again, weakness in internal controls over compliance. So it looks like a lot of this is internal control. And so I'd like to get that answered, Vice Chair Smith, Pro Tem. Thank you.
Commissioner Mayer on the questions. Committee members, any other questions before I turn the floor back over?
I'm sorry,
so
Vice Chair Smith, I apologize. I need to clarify. If Madam Acting Controller can just respond to number 2, it looks like the other ones were cleared and not repeated in the 2020 audit. Thank you. I needed to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you for clarification on that. On behalf of Honorable Body, I'll turn the floor over to Acting Controller Elizabeth Begay. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith and Delegate Crowdy for the question. I asked our IT manager to respond to this if she's still there. Are you still there, Laura? I guess she's not. So I'll respond to this. I talk about this with our IT manager. The problem here is that the departments, other departments, not just the controller, when their employees leave their employment, they were not notifying our IT staff to remove them from the FMIS user
Hello?
access. Okay, Laura, are you there?
I'm sorry. I was on mute. I was trying to unmute myself.
Okay, go ahead, Laura. You can respond to Delegate Crotty.
My apologies.
Hold on a second. Laura, have you taken the oath?
Yes, I did.
Laura, is this Laura Johnson?
Yes, it is.
Okay, just want to make sure. You may proceed,
Okay.
Laura Johnson.
My apologies, DNS. I was trying to unmute my phone. But as Elizabeth was stating, the IT audit findings, we were working with Moss Adams in developing a corrective action plan. And this, as she explained, had to do with the termination of employees throughout the Navajo Nation. So termination of employees, we were not being notified in time by programs if they submitted a personal action form for termination. And what we do in our office is the PAF forms that we do get, we make sure that we go through to check if they had system access. So what it came down to is, I'm sorry, some programs do not submit PAS in a timely manner. So when we go through security role check, we are not informed if the employee is still showing as an employee in the system. So as part of the corrective action plan, we developed for this finding was to work with our payroll department. And what we plan on doing is getting a listing from payroll every 2 weeks to determine who was not paid, and then work with that listing to reconcile against our users to see which programs did not receive or did not submit a PAF to terminate their employees in a timely manner. So that is our corrective action plan, and that is being reviewed right now. We did a draft. So we do have a conference call with Moss Adams tomorrow to go over the final review.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Back to Honorable Crotty. Any follow-up questions on this?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I think since this is an ongoing audit finding, if we could just identify who's the responsible individual, and I'd like to work on a condition of appropriation. Madam Controller, Ms. Johnson, can you give me an idea in what quarter do you feel that this continuing audit finding can be resolved? But I would want to put a condition of appropriation to ensure that this is addressed. I can't say, we were in executive session with the auditor, so I'm not privy to say what was expressed, but I remember clearly that this was an issue, and this has a lot of implications in terms of our security and making sure that we are in complying with our fiduciary responsibility. So thank you, Chair. I would just need to know at what quarter, the second or third quarter, to fix this audit finding. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Gushi, Honorable Crotty, back to Madam Controller.
Yes, Vice Chair, can you answer that, Laura? What quarter?
Yes, we're looking at starting that immediately, but we're just waiting on the finalization of the corrective action plan. I would say maybe the second, third quarter, we could try to get all that in place. We would have to work with payroll to make sure that we get an accurate listing every pay period.
Thank you for that response, Honorable Crotty. I think you're thinking about getting a COA prepared. Does that answer your question?
Yes, Vice Chair, I'm sorry, was it the second quarter or third quarter? I did hear they were going to address it right away, but I'm going to move forward. I don't know if I have time this evening, but maybe when we pull together the comprehensive budget, was that the second or third quarter was the recommendation? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, great. Moving on forward, committee members, any other questions for the OOC? I think we're wrapping up on the whole special revenue, Navajo Nation permit funds, judicial public safety, investment fees, and finance accounting scholarship program. We have a motion on the floor for legislation number 0154-21. Carrying motion is Honorable Nathaniel Brown and Honorable Elmer Begay. There is no amendments at this point in time. Committee members, any concerns, questions before we ask for the question on behalf of this legislation? Committee members.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. This is Delegate Crotty. I did want to ask Ms. Tapahi if she has that amendment ready so that the committee can recommend waiving language to the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you, Vice Chair. If so, I'd like to motion if I'm in order. Thank you.
Honorable Crotty will go ahead and honor that. Ms. Legislative Council,
Yes,
Do
this
we
is
have
Lorraine.
Laureline, do you have that sent to us? You have the floor.
Thank you. I sent it out just a few minutes ago, 6:40 p.m. I actually sent, in response to Honorable Delegate Crotty's email to me requesting an amendment for 3 legislations, the first of which is 0154. So it's in there. I don't know if I need to send it again. The electricity went out and my computer's been a little squirrely. If you haven't received it, I'll send it again.
Vice Chair, this is Peggy.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Peggy, go ahead.
I just sent the email that Ms. Tapahi sent to me with those amendments for is it 4 legislations or 3 legislations that have the language recommending a waiver? Amendment?
It's 3.
Okay, it's 3. So that was just sent to me, so check your email.
Thank you, Peggy. Peggy sent out the amendments, and there is 3 that is in the amendment for legislations 154 and 148 and 145. That is in front of us at 6:54 p.m. Back to Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, and I appreciate that. I do see that Ms. Tapahi, and I did receive Ms. Nakai's forward, so thank you. If I'm in order, Chair, I'd like to make a motion to add this amendment. And if Ms. Nakai, if you could help read into the record, I appreciate it. Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Shumayaja, for the motion to do Amendment 1 for legislation 0154-21. Therefore, Shudda, could you read that into the record? Then I'll call for a second.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is an Amendment 1 to legislation number 0154-21. I hope you can hear me. 1, on page 2, starting at line 15, add the following new section. Section 4, recommending a waiver of resolution number CF 0711. New language, the Budget and Finance Committee hereby recommends to the Navajo Nation Council a waiver of resolution number CF-07-11, which establish a moratorium on any future proposed budget revisions and or reallocations from the general fund's personnel account savings, now known as Personnel Lapse Fund, and required those savings to go to an annual general wage adjustment, step increase, or other salary adjustments to the pay plan. In addition, that any excess or surplus funds shall be deposited to the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB. The Budget and Finance Committee further recommends that the Navajo Nation Council allow use of the Personnel Lapse Fund savings for purposes other than those identified in CF 0711. 2, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, now Shudda, on the amendment for this legislation 0154-21, Amendment 1. We have a motion by Honorable Crotty. Second.
Mr. Vice Chair,
This is Delegate Brown. I'll go ahead and second.
I'll recognize Honorable Brown's second. Honorable Brown, you are second. We have a motion by Honorable Crotty and second by Honorable Brown. Peggy, do you have a question?
no, I was just gonna say that your rules allow any committee member to be a second to the motion.
Yeah. Committee members, any questions on the Amendment 1?
Chair,
Another? Could you
Chair,
a roll call vote?
Chair, this is Doug Goodell here. Question of
Honorable
privilege.
Yellow Hair. Question of privilege.
I'm just very quiet. I'm very quiet. Can I able to vote now on these legislation with this amendment? Just because I've been called there's some conflict was really got me off, and then I'm just quiet all afternoon.
Chair,
Chair.
I'll go ahead and ask that question to the Legislative Council. That's why we have attorneys here to guide us. The question posed by Honorable Yellow Hair, if there's a conflict. Back to Legislative Council. What's your take on that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, reading from Title II, Section 191, committee members who have a personal, family, or business interest in matters before the committee shall not participate in the committee or vote on the matter, in the committee proceeding or vote on the matter. So I don't know the extent of the potential conflict. I don't know which position Delegate Yellowhair's wife is occupying in the office of the controller. I don't know those details, but if he believes that he has a personal, family, or business interest in this legislation, he should not participate in debate on this legislation in the proceedings, and he should not vote on the matter. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Back to you, Chair, on the behalf of the conflict of interest in Tonya.
Yeah. That's
I'll go
why
see.
I'm quiet all afternoon. Yes, too.
Yeah.
Right.
Mr. Vice Chair, can I add something?
Who's speaking here?
Elizabeth?
Go ahead, Elizabeth Gay, Ms. Controller.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I just want to clarify that Delegate Yellowhair's wife is retiring at the end of September. So October 1st, she's not part of the personal budget for FY22. So I believe there will be no conflict. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Begay. I think I'll leave it up to Mr. Honorable Yellowhair to decide whether he feels like he's in conflict or not. Shache, it's up to you. If you feel like you're in conflict, then it's advisable not to vote. But if you don't feel like you're in conflict, then it'd be advisable for you to go ahead and participate. But mind you, that Legislative Council did read the rules on this behalf. So, Shache, with that.
Chair, can I have a few words? Chair, Stu, Vice Chair Smith.
We were in the process of voting. Shache, what is your concern?
Okay, I'll go ahead and vote. There's no conflict to me, because we're talking about entirely budget under controller. I'll have confidence too. Epiga too. Vice Chairman, thank you very much.
Agustin, appreciate that. Vanilla, roll call vote on Amendment 1. Peggy, could you do the roll call vote? I don't think Shanella's on board with us.
Yes, Vice Chair. This is the vote for Amendment 1 for legislation number 0154-21. Jamie Henio, how do you vote? Chair Henio, how do you vote? Okay.
I vote green. Finally unmuted here.
Okay, thank you. Chair Henio votes green. Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'm not going to vote because I have another conflict on this one right here. It's a scholarship. It's my daughters receive one of those funds, also scholarship money. I will not vote. I think there's that one. I have a conflict on that one. There's money comes in. She received those. I'm sorry. I will not vote right now. That's a conflict right there.
Okay. Delegate Yellowhair has recused himself from the vote. Okay. Member Crowdy, how do you vote?
Shadid, this is Delegate Amber Crowdy, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Delegate Crowdy votes in favor. And then Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Delegate Brown votes in favor. Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote for Amendment 1? Okay, Vice Chair, we have 3 members voting in favor and 1 member not voting and 1 recused.
Agustin Shudder, Amendment 1 passes. Committee members, back to legislation 0154-21. We have a main motion on the floor. Main motion is Honorable Daniel Brown, second by Honorable Begay. Second reading before we call for the vote.
Okay, the second reading for legislation number 0154-21 is Amendment 1. On page 2, starting at line 15, add the following new section. Section 4, recommending a waiver of resolution number CF0711. Budget and Finance Committee hereby recommends to the Navajo Nation Council a waiver of resolution number CF0711, which established a moratorium on any future proposed budget revisions and/or reallocations from the general fund's personnel account savings, now known as Personnel Lapse Fund, and required those savings to go to an annual general wage adjustment, step increase, and other salary adjustments to the paid plan. In addition, that any excess or surplus funds shall be deposited to the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB. The Budget and Finance Committee further recommends that the Navajo Nation Council allow use of the personnel lapse savings funds for purposes other than those identified in CF 0711. To renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, or exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel with notice to the sponsors of the legislation are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate to correct grammatical and/or scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. That's the second reading for legislation number 0154-21. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shetta, for the second reading of legislation 0154-21. Ramona, are you with us? Shanetta?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, or Canella?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Could we do a
Okay,
roll
I
call
was
vote?
muted, I guess. I was trying
Okay.
to. Okay. Roll call vote for legislation number 0154-21. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Cat.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Shanetta, for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed. The legislation is final authority by BNF. Committee members, we are now into old business. A is legislation number 0148-21. Peggy, can you bring us up to speed on this?
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This legislation number 0148-21 was read into the record on, let's see, August the 6th, August the 6th. And actually, I'm trying to find my notes here. Excuse me for that. The legislation was tabled because it says the main motion held by Amber K. Crotty, second Jamie Henio, tabled to August 9th because several revisits, including judicial integrated system, IDC plan, utilities, telecommunications, DOJ litigation, and others, do not adhere to the definition of fixed costs. And also that the Navajo Hopi land budget and Division of General Services, Facilities Maintenance, and DNR NGS transmission budget still need to be heard. And so the tabling motion was made by Jimmy Yellowhair, seconded by Nathaniel Brown, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. And so the committee tabled this legislation after they had found that there were some incomplete documents in the budget. They needed corrections because the fixed cost definition that was provided by Department of Justice does not permit programs to budget for supplies and other operating costs. That fixed cost is primarily just to fund a certain budget, and so that is the reason why it was tabled, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Shudder, for the purposes of this old business. We have old business here, legislation number 0148-21 table. And we are here on August 9th, 2021, which is tabled today. And we are going to revisit this. So the table in motion was by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair and second by Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Therefore, need a motion to recall this tabling back to our hearing.
I'll motion Delegate Yellowhair.
I'll recognize Honorable Yellowhair as the motioning party to recall.
Delegate Brown.
I heard Honorable Elmer Begay before Honorable Brown, therefore I'll honor the second party as Honorable Elmer Begay. We have a motion and a second to recall. Any questions on the recall, committee members? Not hearing any. Shanola, round the horn.
Okay, Shanola, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo, the vote on motion to recall the legislation 0148-21. Honorable Jamie Henyo, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth Balcrotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Balcrotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I dropped off the line. Can you let me know what we're voting on? Thank you.
We're voting on the motion to recall legislation number 0148-21 under old business.
Oh, thank you. Delegate Amber Kenneth Crotty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Vice Chairman, you have 5 members voting in the affirmative with 0 opposing and Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Shanola. Motion passes. We're back to old business on legislation number 0148-21. I will turn the floor over to our sponsor, Chair Henyo. You have the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, those Budget and Finance Committee members. Regarding this legislation, thank you for recalling it back for a revisit. And I do believe we do have judicial branch representatives on the line, and also at the same time OMB They're also on the call here. Therefore, I'll defer to OMB, Office of Management and Budget, to see if the this item and the issues surrounding it has been resolved with new budget forms. So I'll defer to Office of Management and Budget.
Negotiating Chair Henio, Office of Management Budget, are you available? OMB, going once. OMB going twice. OMB, last call. No OMB. Chair Henio, who do you recommend for next?
Vice Chair Smith, OMB is a key player in this legislation to ensure that all budget forms, because I've seen the email to Judicial Branch and General Services. And if they're not on the call, if they're absent, we really can't do anything. Unless if they're on the call, because this is to ensure that the budget forms are in order and it's received by OMB, because they are the gatekeepers of the budgets. And if they are absent, we just don't pass a budget. That's the way I see it. I don't know, I might be wrong. The Department Office of Legislative Counsel. I'll defer to him to see what steps would be on this legislation. Because right now it's 7:15. It's getting late, and I'm thinking that they might have checked out.
Negotiating Chair Henio, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Legislative Council. Legislative Council, there was
Yes.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Yes, this is Lurleen. I'm still here. And again, I'm sorry. Is it a specific question that I'm being asked? If the question could be repeated, or were you just asking if I'm still here to draft amendments?
Honorable Chair Henio, would you repeat the question to Legislative Council? Thank you.
Okay. OMB is a critical part of this legislation to ensure that budget forms are received, that they have received are correct, based on the directions that we had given them last week. If they are absent, they are not on the call, we can't proceed any further. Therefore, we cannot pass a budget and act on this legislation. So therefore, that's what my question to OLC is that what do we do here? We're stuck as far as OMB not being on the call and my personal things that we can't move forward. They might have something different. That was my question to OLC.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Legislative Council, you may respond. You have the floor.
Thank you. It appears that some some fixed costs, but let's see. We're looking at Division of General Services. It looks like Tom Platero sent something at 2:03 p.m. We're looking at Department of Justice, Division of Human Resources and Judicial Branch. In my opinion, even if these four entities sent out revised budget documents, if they're not on the line, I think it will be a little bit confusing as far as which exhibits are going to be switched out, which ones are going to be deleted, and which I would prefer to know if Ms. Nakai has a different, that we may get it correct if the presenters are not here to guide us in, which documents are gonna go where. So that's my opinion, but of course, I think Ms. Nakai wants to chime in. Thank you.
Legislative Council, you came in like a robot. We only caught parts of it, but back to Chair Henyo. I think this is important, and the member OMB is not available. We did recall this as a action item on 0148-21. I guess the question back to Legislative Council, if we just pass it as it is now, is that advisable, or should we not pass it as it is? Back to you, Legislative Council.
Can you hear me all right?
I hear you a lot better now.
Okay, I just got through saying that I believe, based on what Ms. Nakai told me by email, I believe that I know Tom Platero and I think some of the others did submit replacement exhibits. They did submit corrected budget documents, but if they're not on the line, I would be worried that we would not have the guidance from the programs as to which exhibits are to be switched out. So I would recommend that if the programs are not present on the line, that we don't proceed at this time. But I think Ms. Nakai might have a different opinion. I don't know. I think she wants to chime in. But that's my opinion, is that we don't proceed.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Sponsor, we do not proceed according to Legislative Council's advice. I'll turn the floor back over to Chair Henyo. You're the sponsor of this legislation.
Hello, Vice Chair Smith. This is concerning. I believe the programs might be on the line. It's just Office of Management Budget. That's not on the line right now. But as the chair, maybe pro tem chair, maybe you might call out, see if the presenters with the programs are on the line, like Petition General Services, Judicial Branch, and then it'd be up to the committee to decide whether they need to move on, because my concern is that Budget Office of Management Budget, they have the final budgets that's needed to pass this legislation. If we do not hear from them, there's really no guarantee that their budgets are intact. That's my concern, Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Smith, may I speak? This is Peggy.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. That information on the way that this is unfolding. However, are the program managers, are they available? I know that this legislation 0148-21 is pertaining to the executive and fixed costs, and that's where we got hung up on. And the fixed cost was a question that was posed. I guess that's why we needed OMB to be part of this. But since this is your legislation,
Vice
Chair
Chair,
Henyo, I'd like to still have OMB be part of this, but for now, we don't have OMB. Peggy, go ahead and recognize you.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Chair Henio and members of the committee. According to the Zoom, there is OMB staff. There are OMB staff on the call. You need to press *6 to unmute your phone, and they may be struggling to get back in because it appears to be muted. There is a phone that says OMB staff. And I've sent them an email asking them to be on the call. First, as far as the first budget that was supposed to be heard is the revisit on the amended judicial justice system for their amended budget forms. So that's the first item that the committee had asked to be a revisit for, just FYI on that, committee members.
I appreciate that, Douglas. OMB, are you on board with us this afternoon or this evening? OMB, we called you once, twice, and 3 times. Try it again. OMB. OMB once. OMB twice.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, this is Darlene Sam.
Darlene Sam from OMB. We need
Can you hear me?
Input. Yes, I can hear you. You have the floor.
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. We are on the call, but we're trying to get the assigned analyst to join the meeting. That would be Lisa Jim. She should be joining soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're waiting for Lisa Jim to.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. If I'm in order, if I may ask, I wanted to add the amendment with the waiver language as we're waiting for the agents to get on the line. Am I in order, Pro Tem, to motion that amendment so we could take action while we wait?
Yes, I'd say you're in order because we have recalled this and we could do the amendment as we wait for others to show up. I'll go ahead and honor that as Amendment 1. Is that waiver language you're talking about, Honorable Crotty?
Pro Tem, yes, there is language on that email. If our staff can help read into the record, it also should have the specific page and where the amendment should be added, but it is the exact waiver language. Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. I'll go ahead and recognize your request for Amendment 1 on legislation 0148-21. Shudda, could you read that into record? It was sent to us by Legislative Council. Do you have that read into the record?
Yes, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Amendment 1 to legislation number 0148-21. 1, at the very bottom of page 2, starting on new page 3, add the following new section. This is new language, section 4, recommending a waiver of resolution number CF0711. The Budget and Finance Committee hereby recommends to the Navajo Nation Council a waiver of resolution CF0711, which establishes a moratorium on any future proposed budget revisions and or reallocations from the general fund's personnel account savings, now known as personnel lapse fund, and required those savings go to an annual general wage adjustment, step increase, or other salary adjustments to the pay plan. In addition, that any excess or surplus funds shall be deposited to the unreserved undesignated fund balance. UUFB, the Budget Finance Committee further recommends that the Navajo Nation Council allow use of the personnel lapse fund savings for purposes other than those identified in CFO 711. 2, renumber or reletter succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Services and the Office of Legislative Counsel, with notice to the sponsors of the legislation, are hereby authorized to make technical edits to this legislation as necessary and appropriate, to correct grammatical and or Scrivener's errors, to correct numerical errors, so long as such edits effectuate the committee's intent in approving this legislation. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language contained in any other committee amendment that shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, Shutta, we're reading that Amendment 1 into the record for legislation number 0148-21. We have a motion by Honorable Crotty, second.
Delegate Brown will second.
I'll recognize Honorable Brown for second. Questions on Amendment 1, committee members? No questions? Janella? Round the horn.
Chair, Vice Chairman, Amendment number 1 to legislation 0148-21, vote. Honorable Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Jamie Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcarty, how do you vote?
Shada Delegate Amber Kenneth-Balcarty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadasia. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Balcarty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Vice Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, Vice Chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Janella. That one passes. Back to the legislation 0148-21. We have a recall, and we have a sponsor with us this afternoon or this evening. Do we have OMB? Or is OMB ready? OMB calling twice.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Peggy.
Hello? Hi, Peggy, this is Lisa.
Oh, okay. Vice Chair here is OMB, the Lisa Jim, Budget Officer. We're waiting for you.
Committee members, we have Lisa Jim with us. Let's proceed with the legislation recall 0148-21. Lisa Jim, you have this floor for the recall on this legislation.
Good evening, Chair, committee members. What was the question?
Back to Chair Henio. Let you remind OMB what the purpose is for this call for them. Sponsor, Chair Henio.
Vice Chair Smith, I'm disappointed to hear that. I was gonna ask the committee to just table it a second time and move forward and not approve the fixed cost budget. And now that OMB is on the line and now they're on to state. We had just recalled this legislation and there were reasons behind tabling it. And I understand there was an email that was sent out to Navajo Nation Judicial Branch, Navajo Nation Division of General Services, and so forth, regarding the issues that had surfaced last week on Thursday regarding fixed costs and the definition of what's not allowable as fixed costs. And I believe the budgets have been received again by OMB, Office of Management and Budget. And that's what we are listening up for now, to see if all the budget forms are in order that reflect the issues brought by the Budget and Finance Committee and the reasoning for tabling it. That is what we're listening up for. Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you. I'll turn the floor over to OMB. OMB?
Okay, I did receive integrated justice budget, and I believe you all did receive that. They changed their budget to include meeting space, internet, wireless, and then technology, and then training professional duties. And then they also included government needs budget, then also did receive, let's see, there was another budget I received. And it was for it was that judicial branch is the only one I received so far. And that was it. That was the only change I did receive. And I think OMB's as well. They changed theirs from consulting. So other than that, I didn't receive anything from anyone else. They said their budgets were fine where they were. But I did receive the judicial branch. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Gushing, committee members, any questions regarding this clarifications? Committee members. I don't hear any questions regarding this recall on the legislation. I know there was some documents that needed to be prepared and ready to go for today. However, it doesn't sound like we're prepared. So back to Chair Henyo, I'd like to hear your side on behalf of what we can do on this legislation. You're the sponsor of this legislation. It sounds like some have put in their requests or their amendments, and others have not, and it's way past 5 p.m. Chair Henyo?
Vice Chair Session, thank you, and Budget and Finance Committee. Maybe according to Ms. Jim with Office of Management and Budget, she has received Navajo Nation Judicial Branches revised budget, and then also with the Office of Management and Budget, some revised budget. But there's Office of Navajo Division of General Services, and their budget has not been received. So, Peggy, is this the three, or is there another entity that we're looking at before I continue further?
Can I speak?
Mr. Chair, committee members, this is Lisa again.
So, Vice Chair Smith, hold on. Ms. Jim, you have the floor on my behalf to respond.
Okay, I think the other change, I believe the other change was retirement. I think in their exhibits, they had 20 million and they had 3 million the wrong place, so they redid their exhibits. Their budget was okay, it was just the exhibits were wrong. So they had 3 million and 20 million earlier. They didn't get any funding last year, so for last year, 21, they need to put 0 on their exhibit A. And then for this year, they got 3 million, so they need to put 3 million and replace what they had earlier. Mr. Chair, committee members?
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Jim. So we're dismissing Division of General Services, revised budget then. Vice Chair Smith, if I could defer back to Ms. Jim.
Chair Henio, could I say something?
Vice Chair Smith, there's someone want to say something. I'm defer back to you, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Peggy, go ahead, and then we'll go back to the sponsor on this. You have the floor, Peggy.
Okay, thank you. The Division of General Services provided their budget forms, their revisions. They sent that to everyone, to the Budget and Finance Committee and to all of the advisors, including Lisa and OMB today.
Oh, today.
Those were revised. The other one that Lisa mentioned was OMB. There was the question about the indirect cost, the consultant being paid from fixed cost, and that was determined to not be a fixed cost, and so OMB was supposed to provide a revised budget for that. So that was one of the issues. And then the judicial branch provided their amendments, and then the retirement fund, Andrea Holmes also provided that information. The other party that's still waiting to present is DNR on the NGS transmission line, and they are on the call at this time, ready to present their part of the for review by the Budget and Finance Committee. So we do have other people that are on the call waiting to present to the committee. And I've also emailed out to the Attorney General and Barbara Calvin to ask them if they can present on the Navajo Hopi partition lands.
Oh, DNR is not even on the agenda, according to the adopted agenda. And we are right now with legislation number 0148-21. And some of the programs have submitted their documents, but committee members, do you have copies of those documents to proceed? It sounds like maybe we could proceed, but some of them haven't complied or haven't provided any documents. So, Chair Henio, I'd like to get your input on this since you're the sponsor. Do you want to go ahead and entertain those that have submitted their documents and maybe pass this legislation accordingly to those that have provided their information? Chair Henio?
Mr. Can I speak?
Hello, Chair Henio?
Yes, Vice Chair Smith. We rely on the Office of Management Budget to make sure that final budget forms are correct. And so therefore, as reported by Ms. Lisa Jim, that her office had received some revised budget forms. And maybe we can move forward with those programs. At the same time, Division of Natural Resources is
part of this mix that we might have to, at your call, Vice Chair Smith, if you need to suspend the agenda and add division of natural resources to the listing, then we could entertain that. But for the offices that have not received, had not submitted their revised budget, it'd be up to the committee if they wish to still include them as part of this legislation, or it might be different legislation. But I think the divisions and branches that had responded should be given due credit, and we can move forward with those. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Shenandoah, Chair Henyo, and sponsor of this legislation. OMB, let's proceed with those that you have in hand, that you have ready to go. Let's move forward on that. OMB, you have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon, committee members. This is Lisa again. Do you all have the judicial branch one?
I don't know where it's at. When was it sent? Maybe other committee members don't have it. Committee members.
That was sent out by judicial branch today at 2:11 p.m.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Crotty. I do have a copy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. I don't have anything for 2:11 p.m. I have 2:26 and I have 2:03, but it's nothing pertaining to what you're talking about, Lisa.
Okay, it was sent to Peggy. I'm sorry. I thought it was sent to all the members. It was sent to Peggy at 2:11 today.
Shudder, could you please send that to me so that we can proceed? Please bear with us. It's getting late. First on the item will be OMB regarding the revision for judicial, I think it is.
Vice Chair,
Okay.
members of the committee, I sent that out at 5:37. Check your email. I had sent it out earlier, but I sent it out again. To the advisors, I sent that out, but I know I included budget and finance too. Can you check your email?
Oh, shut the Ahajogo. Yes, we're kind of slow right now. It is here. Thank you. OMB, you may proceed.
I'm just raising my voice because you had said you couldn't hear me before. So sorry.
Oh, okay. Again, Chair. Okay, that budget was received. That was amendment. Oh, that was business unit 118019, the Integrated Justice Information Sharing Project, NIJUS as it's called. The fixed cost budget amount was $375,000 for FY22. The bottom line didn't change, but the budget did change. Again, they did budget $650,000 for meeting space. For internet, they budgeted $155,004 for wireless. Oh, that was wireless internet. For technology, they budgeted $201,946, and for trainings, professional dues, they budgeted $17,400, which came out to $375,000. Chair, committee members, and then now for retirement, again, their form Exhibit A changed. They previously had under Exhibit A was under FY 21, they now have zero. They did not receive any funds last year for their fixed cost account. They have zero general funds budget for FY 22. For FY 22, they have zero IDC. Their money, $3 million came from the personal lapse savings. Match funds is zero, proprietary fund zero, fiduciary fund zero, special revenue fund internal zero, special revenue fund external zero, giving you a total amount for the retirement plan account, business unit 118018, $3 million. And for utilities, business unit, let's see. Okay, I don't have that one. I don't have any general services right now. Peggy could email those to me. I could have those ones. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Yes, back to OMB. We got two of them that you had mentioned, justice and also retirement. Are you requesting Peggy to send you what we're lacking? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes, because Peggy said she received general services, so she can send those to me, because I don't know when she received those, but I don't have those. Maybe I'm just seeing it.
Okay, we'll honor that. Hey, please send that so that we can all have that make an action item.
Okay, Vice Chair, the Tom Platero sent that out to Lisa. Mom, can you send that again to her?
Good evening, Chair Pro Tem. Can you hear me?
Yes, who's this speaking?
This is Stephen Edsity from the Judicial Branch. I just wanted to let our sponsor know that Judicial Branch is on the line.
Okay, thank you. For the record, we have Mr. Edsity on line with us. Committee members, any questions on the information sharing from Justice or the retirement, since we're waiting for documents? Any questions on these two? I don't hear no questions. Peggy just sent out the budget forms for the facility maintenance. You may proceed, OMB.
Okay. Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty. Could you let me know what document Ms. Jim is reading?
Sure. Thank you for that question, Honorable Crotty. We are now on the fixed cost radio communications. That's supposed to be correction. Let me back up here. Lisa was going to present the facility maintenance, which was just sent now by Peggy. That's the document we'll be looking at right now. OMB, you may proceed.
Okay. Okay, hold on. My computer's taking a while to, excuse me, my computer's taking a while to load. Excuse me, committee members.
Vice Chair Smith or Pro Tem?
Honorable Crotty, go ahead. I'll recognize you. You have the floor.
Thank you. So I received 2 emails from Ms. Nakai right now. One is regarding Department of General Services and retirement. Can I get some assistance in terms of what document has what OMB is reporting to the committee?
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. OMB's having little problems with their computers downloading. But as far as I understand it, we are going to be entertaining the facility maintenance once OMB does get online. And I think the next one would be, which is in the same, would be the fixed cost radio communications, if I'm correct. And then the last one would be retirement, I think. Don't want to take over OMB's responsibility and job here, but Honorable Crotty, maybe I should just turn it over to Lisa. Lisa, you have the floor.
Yes.
Okay,
When was
I
the
did.
email? Thank you.
Yes, that's what I heard. Please identify yourself and ask permission to speak. I know it's getting late. Need a little order here. Thank you.
Okay,
OMB,
committee.
be ready?
Yes.
You may
Okay.
proceed, OMB.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair, committee members. I received the fixed cost radio communications business unit 118008 from General Services. And their general fund amount was $112,770. The IDC amount was $373,418, giving them a total amount of $486,188. And they revised their budget for wireless, object code 5610, they budgeted $150,238. And then for contractual services, other contractual services, object code 6910, they budgeted $331,200. And then for special transaction programs, the filing fees, they budgeted $4,750, giving them a total amount of $486,188. As for radio communications, and then the other general services one was 118023, facilities maintenance. Again, their fixed cost general fund amount was $901,070. The IDC amount was $1,525,970, giving them an overall amount of $2,427,040. Again, they revised their budget for fleet. They budgeted $354,379. For repairs and maintenance, $6130. Object code services, repairs and maintenance services, they budgeted $400,637. For object code 6200, external contractors, HVAC and pest control, they budgeted $290,000. Then for other technical services, object code 6830, they budgeted $10,000. For insurance premiums, auto liability, and auto physical damage, they budgeted $10,278. For capital outlay building improvements, they budgeted $1,361,746. And that is the $2,427,040 budget. Mr. Chair, committee members, and the other one I received for okay.
I think that's retirement, Lisa.
Okay. Oh, that is okay. And that's what OMB has. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Thank you, OMB. Committee questions on these amendments and changes that was the reason why it was tabled. Committee members.
Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So OMB is reading the new budget form. So I'm not looking for OMB report that's my first question. And then the second question is, did we make sure, or has DOJ or OMB, have they reviewed these costs to make sure that they're in compliance with the fixed cost definition? Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Lisa, OMB, 2 questions posed. You have the floor.
Committee Chair, I have reviewed these, and I believe they do fit the fixed cost budget justification. There is no personnel, there is no travel, there is no other expenses. They're all for their purposes they were budgeted for. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Thank you, OMB. I think there was a question too with the first one. Could you answer that one? Honorable Crotty.
Thank you, committee members. Mrs. Honorable Crotty's question was I reading the revised budgets? Yes, Delegate Crotty, I was reading into record the revised budgets that were submitted by those programs. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Thank you, OMB. Lisa, Jim. Back to the committee members. Any further questions regarding the
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty.
Honorable Crotty? Go ahead. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I see travel expense here, so I just, I'm not sure if if fixed cost has a definition for allowable cost. Do we dare say it's a restricted fund? And then do we just assume then that cost will cover, I don't know what that cost covers. Chair, if I could ask that question, thank you.
Honorable Crotty. Back to OMB. You have a question. You have the floor.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty, for the question. In their budget it's for 118023 is what Delegate Crotty is referring to for facilities maintenance. That's their fleet costs. So would Mr. Patero could probably explain further on those costs, but it's for fleet for the facilities maintenance vehicles. Committee members?
Thank you, Lisa, OMB. Do we have Tom Patero online with us? Patero?
Mr. Vice Chair, we're here.
Okay, there was a question posed by Honorable Crotty. Would you like to interject? You have the floor.
Yeah, I would just like to explain it. These are the tribal vehicles. The tribal vehicles are needed for the maintenance to travel out to the sites, not just here in the Window Rock area, but out to the agencies. I believe the agencies also have vehicles assigned to them. So the fleet is an essential part of the services that facility maintenance provides. Travel costs, we took out the personnel travel, personal travel for meals and lodging. That was taken out, but we did leave the fleet management in there because this is an essential part of the services that facilities maintenance provides. Mr. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Mr. Patero. Back to committee members. Any other further questions or follow-up questions?
Vice Chair Smith, this is Delegate Crotty with the follow-up.
Honorable Crotty, you may proceed with your follow-up question.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to get some concurrence from DOJ. Because it says no travel will be allowed. I understand it's fleet.
I just need to make sure we're not splitting hairs here, or we're still in compliance, because the way it adds up, you couldn't say that's under IDC, because there's so much money in capital outlays. So the majority of the rest of the money is fixed costs. I just want to make sure that these definitions are in compliance. Thank you. If Mr. Rodas is on the line. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Point in time, we'll turn the floor over to Department of Justice.
Vice Chair, this is Chair Henio.
Chair Henio, before I turn the floor over to Department of Justice, Chair Henio, you have the floor.
Yeah, National Vice Chair Smith for staying with us this long, National Budget and Finance Committee. Question, again, this will be for DOJ also, and is that I believe Fleet Management, they have their own budget, operational budget, and therefore this travel to and for from different areas across the Navajo Nation to deliver vehicles, that should be in their operational budget and not part of fixed costs, because that's it fluctuation. They're trying to sneak one by before the committee to kind of justify when it should be in their regular operations budget. If they know they're going to be traveling to certain places delivering vehicles, then that should be part of the operation budget, not the fixed costs is the way I see it also. But maybe Department of Justice or OMB might have a better response, but that's my concern, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you for that clarification and the purposes that we have here regarding the fixed costs. I'll turn the floor over to Department of Justice. Do we have Mr. Mel Rodas?
Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is Mel Rodas. Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, could you speak up a little louder? I can barely hear you.
Good evening, Mr. Vice Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I apologize for that. I have a cold. I'm just now receiving the budgets, and I apologize. I was on leave last week, so I wasn't part of the discussion on the definition of fixed costs. But I would just, and I'm sorry for not knowing quite exactly what I missed, but just referring back to the BIM and the definition of the BIM. It's defining fixed costs as all costs not allocable to a Navajo Nation central governmental unit. These costs are incurred for the operation of the overall Navajo Nation government and exclude capital fixed costs. Fixed costs generally include outlays for insurance, utilities, rent, debt service, and other commitments. Such costs do not include personnel, travel, contributions, etc., that are not deemed fixed cost expenses because they're regular program operating expenses. So I believe that was part of the discussion last week that I missed. In terms of travel in the context of this particular budget, I don't know enough about fleet management to know if these vehicles, if what is happening with these vehicles would be classified as travel or not. I would need to know more information about that. From an outsider's perspective, I can see how that would sound like it was travel and might be considered an operating expense, but without more information, I would be reluctant to make that assessment.
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Lurleen from OLC. I have a comment.
Hold on, Laura. Is that your conclusion, Mr. Rodas?
Yes. Mr. Vice Chair, the only thing that I would add is maybe a request to you if we could hear from OMB about how fixed costs have been historically treated and just a general understanding of fixed costs historically. Because this is a definition in the BIM currently. Definitions change over time, but I think we need kind of the big picture conceptually of fixed costs. I think to have a deeper understanding of the issue. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rodas. Before I turn it over to OMB, I think Legislative Council will want to say something. Legislative Council, and then I'll turn it over to OMB.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to mention, after I heard what Mr. Platero had said about what the travel expenses actually are, in the BIM, the object code that sounds more appropriate to me, rather than the object code 3000 travel expenses, is either 3100 vehicle use or 3110 fleet. I think there are more appropriate business unit numbers to use for his description from what I heard as far as vehicle use. And that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Back to OMB. OMB, question posed. You have the floor.
Thank you, committee members, Mel and Mr. Fahy. Yes, that's where they did budget facilities management under 3110 fleet, but that does fall under the overall travel expenses under the 3000 object code. And this was allowed because those vehicles that Mr. Botero is talking about are specialized work vehicles. They're the ones that they use to go out with all the equipment they need on it. So that's why he was budgeting for mileage for those vehicles. The mileage and the insurance premiums for those vehicles that were listed. Committee members?
Thank you, OMB. Back to sponsor. Chair Henio, I'll give you the floor.
Vice Chair Smith, for those responses that were provided, I was hoping that Department of Justice would elaborate further to see if we to directly answer the question posed by the committee to see if this travel was actually allowable as a fixed cost, but we did not hear that direct answer. So I would defer to the committee as far as how they would wish to handle this line item with the Department of Division of General Services.
Thank you, Chair Henio. I'd just like to interject something real quick on behalf of the travel. When I was working with the Navajo Nation Rangers, we were always questioned the travel expense because we had to use Navajo Nation vehicles to go out and perform our duties and responsibilities. And in there, they were saying that you guys are traveling too much. But it actually wasn't. It was basically to utilize those vehicles for the purposes of conducting our duties and responsibilities. So I think what is happening here, I think such costs do not include personnel travel. I think that would be like getting a TA, getting a off reservation or on reservation to travel here and there to provide your work on behalf of that. But I think the thing is this 3,000 travel expenses is related to the vehicles. So I think Chair Henio wanted to hear the response from Department of Justice if this is allowable under the fixed costs. And I'll turn the floor back over to Mr. Mel Rodas. Mr. Mel Rodas?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I apologize for not answering the question directly enough, Chair Henio. So back to the definition of fixed costs in the dam in the last sentence there. Travel is not included as a fixed cost. Just so I do want to be clear about that. Travel is not a fixed cost. But what I was hesitant to take a firm stance about is I don't know that these fleet vehicles are really being used for travel. I understand what Ms. Jim is saying, that it's a level of detail that's under the larger category of travel. But that was what I was getting at there. But to be direct, travel is not included as a fixed cost. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Rodas. Back to committee members. Any questions regarding this legislation?
Chair, Vice Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, I recognize you. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, I'd like to see they should clean up these account number. What or the business unit number are we talking about? About this facility, are you talking about 118023 business unit number?
Yes, we are.
Well, all right, I understand. That would be better for us as being that committee. So I'm clear with that one. For the Vice Chairman, yeah, thank you.
Goshen, thank you very much. Committee members, I think we're stuck on the fixed costs, and I think that's why it was tabled. And the question is, do we allow fixed costs under this line item according to Department of Justice and what is in the budget instruction manual under page 24 of 12? That's where we're getting that. Such costs do not include personnel, travel, contributions, etc. So committee members, any questions on this? How do we address this? How do we move forward? Do we what's your suggestion, committee members? Obviously, we can't table this again. If we table it again, it's going to be dead issues.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair, I'll recognize you. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. This account number, business unit number 118023. There's no travel expense in here for personal travels, but only the vehicle fleet management. That's all. There's no travel expense in here. This is just to be paid for the vehicles, how much they charge, permanent monthly payment. That's all. And there's no travel, personal travel expense in this budget. Except for there's other line item is for furniture, equipment, or RM service, and supplies or external contractor. So then I think this is okay, Chantal. There's no travel expense involved.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith.
Honorable Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair. I understand by our vote we will determine how we see the interpretation of travel. I see it differently. I don't think that fixed cost has to say specifically personal travel expense. It says travel, and this comes under the travel line item. A fleet comes under the travel line item, And so I don't think it fits the definition, because I'm also looking at the original budget that was dated August 2nd. And my concern with fixed costs is that's what it should be, is like a fixed cost, like Attorney General, $5 million. That's what it is every year. And it should go to those items. But my observation on this budget is certain items are being decreased to increase other areas like capital outlay. So my question to DOJ is, in the definition, are we able to use the fixed cost for capital outlay? I'm trying to just make sure that we're passing budgets that meet the definition. And I mean, we are actions that the council takes are always combed through with a fine comb through when it gets to the executive presidential office. And so I'm taking this opportunity to make sure that it's under fixed costs and it meets the definition. And if I could just get the page number for the BIM, I'd like to pull that up so I don't have to keep asking DOJ, and I could just make my own determination based off of my vote when it comes to fixed costs. Thank you, Chair. I think also fixed costs should be something the committee re-examines after the budget season when we have time, because it does seem that there has been a considerable amount of leniency, and it's demonstrated on how the budgets are put together. And I'm not sure if OMB in just, you know, if something's like grandfathered in or something is just put in there, but sometimes things can be put in there just as favors. And I just want to stick to the definition. Or does the committee want to waive fixed cost definition 2 in the BIM? And maybe we make that amendment since we're waiving other things. Thank you, Vice Chair. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Crotty. Yes, that is number 12. It does speak specifically to travel, and that's where we're stuck on this. Do we eliminate it out of the request that's in front of us through the facility maintenance? Is that where we're headed to with this, committee members? This question goes back to sponsor. Sponsor, I know that fixed cost is in here at an amount of $901,070, and it's 37% of their total budget out of the 100%, which is basically travel expenses, the major majority. So, Chair Henyo, turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. I do share the same concerns as Delegate Amber Crotty, because travel, I mean, that's just plain so it's travel. But as far as how to try to justify it, I mean, it's just under that travel line item. And the definition of fixed cost does not allow travel of any kind. And so that's where I'm stuck at there. At the same time, fixed costs are things that remain the same year after year. There's no variables in the expenses. If internet is costing a program $2,000 a year, and the next year it'll be the same again, and that's a fixed cost there. Utilities, pretty much the same, and so forth. But right now programs are starting to add different things in there just to manipulate the budget and trying to sneak it by budget finance here. That's the way I see it. With supplies, and then also equipment. Equipment rental I see, but It's just really, I just wish we could just have a good understanding across the board with the vet directors, and have them be honest about the budget and say this is fixed costs, and not try to sneak in other line items that they might have a shortfall on the other side. And so that's just my concern here. And it is true that we do really need to revisit this after the whole budget process is over, to go back and maybe amendments that need to be made on fixed costs or defined and clear with no ambiguities, and to say that travel is travel, regardless of how you try to define it. And so it puts us in a position where we, as a committee, Budget and Finance Committee, might end up having to table it again and kill the legislation, but it'll only delay the budget calendar. At the same time, if we pass it, we're going to set precedents, and that's what we're trying to avoid here. And so, therefore, that's my issue and my response to Vice Chair is that, and we just can't defer it back to anybody unless the OLC has a solution. The committee can defer it back, unless the only other option is that we recess again and set another date for budget hearings. But that, well, we need to look at the budget calendar again. I just wish they would have fixed it earlier and just took it right out, and that way just conform with what the definition clearly states.
Mr. Vice Chair? Mr. Vice Chair, this is Tom, General Services.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Appreciate that insight. Yes, this budget session, the calendar, we have all the way up to the 11th, conduct budget hearings, approve legislation recommending the budget division budget to the Budget and Finance Committee. We started last week, and for which is the 9th, and we do take action like just been setting precedents. However, I did mention earlier those programs that are ready to go, and was mentioned too that programs that are ready to go, let's honor them, and those that are not ready to go, they're not ready to go. So, the purpose of this tabling at the point in time was made clear when we tabled this. Was recommended the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget cost. It was stipulated on page 24 of what's allowable and disallowable, but yet we still have facility putting in the travel. I don't know how. Well, I shouldn't say I don't know how, but it was here in front of us now. So, committee members, I know that Chair Henyo said, let's go ahead and work with those that are ready to go. I think we have Justice is ready to go, Retirement is ready to go, and also the radio communications order here. But the question that's posed here is on facility maintenance. So that's where we're at right now. We're going round and round. And Ashpinazi, Hilo Hato Tristo Nas Nado Trifiki, Retado Miss A Shinada. Committee members, any questions regarding this?
Mr. Vice Chair, this is Tom with General Services.
I'll recognize General Services Director, Tom Patero, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, if you look at the budget instruction manual on page 13, towards the bottom, you have a C. It has travel policies and rates for reimbursement purposes. And then you have D, fleet management user rate. So in your budget instruction, your approved budget instruction manual, it actually separates out travel and the cost for that, and puts fleet management user rates in a different category. So you kind of separated out what we're trying to do within the approved budget instruction manual. These vehicles are the ones that that facilities maintenance staff, our maintenance workers, our custodians, that they use to travel out there. So I'm not sure if that plays any role into it. And the other part, I can appreciate Delegate Crotty's question. I believe that hasn't been answered. If you look at Form 1 on the budget 2-3, $901,000. The IDC recovery cost is $1,525,970. So almost 2/3 of this entire budget is not fixed costs or categorized as fixed costs. So when that happens, how do you then separate out which one is fixed costs and which one is IDC recovery? So are we now using the fixed cost definition to also cover IDC recovery costs? That was the question that I believe Delegate Crotty was trying to ask earlier, is how do we separate those back out? The other part is that I just wanted to point those out, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Patero. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee members, some things that were provided, and on behalf of the BIM, under C, it talks about the travel policies and rates for reimbursement purposes. And then D is the fleet management user rates. Committee members, questions on this facility maintenance business unit number 118023. Committee members, like I said, on the budget schedule, we have up to August 11th to deal with this. If we table this, then this legislation is going to be no longer viable. If we motion to try to work this fixed costs out, if we do accept the one that's already, which is justice, information sharing, retirement, and the communication radio. However, we are stuck on business unit 118023, and I'm not sure exactly how we're going to address this at this point in time tonight. So, Mr. This is Chair.
Vice Chair Smith, Delegate Crotty, if I'm in order, are we able to recess?
Let me go to Chair Henio before I go to you, Honorable Crotty. Chair Henio?
Yes, Vice Chair Smith. So with your recommendation as presiding chair here, that we move forward with the ones that are ready because they've been sitting there complying, in compliance. So the question to OLC is, also let's say council, is that if the committee decides to go that route,
well, I'm sure it will require an amendment, but what type of amendment are we looking at? Doing like a line item veto, where we redline the whole business unit, and then from there move forward, and then introduce another legislation just for what was redlined. That's my question to Office of Legislative Counsel.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Legislative Council, there was a question posed on behalf of how to handle this evening. Legislative Council, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, again.
Okay. I think we have to accept the exhibits as presented. And I think that the committee would have to, I mean, without sending them back and having them redoing their exhibits. If we accept the exhibits as they are, then we would need waiver language for VIM. We would say something to the effect that the committee is considering this line item to be fixed costs, notwithstanding the definition in the BIM. You know, notwithstanding number 12 definition of fixed costs, something like that. And I think that would be a way to do it. I don't necessarily recommend that the committee do that though, because as someone mentioned earlier, it would set a precedent. I think it would allow other committees to do the same thing, and it kind of defeats the purpose. An exception could swallow the rule, so to speak. So, I mean, it's doable, but I think the better thing is to have the exhibits conform to the intent of the legislation, which is fixed costs, as I understand it. The legislation is to approve fixed costs. So, I mean, if it's a travel expense and it's not a fixed cost, then it shouldn't be a subject of this legislation. That's my opinion. Again, it's technically doable, but I don't as a matter of practice, I don't recommend that it be done. But of course, the committee can decide whatever it wants to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Legislative Council. Back to the committee members. Honorable Crotty, I'll recognize you.
Point of privilege, Vice Chair.
Point of privilege, Chair Henio, I'll recognize your point of privilege. Go ahead.
Thank you, Senador Vice Chair. I asked a direct point of question here. If there is an amendment that needs to be made to move with the other business line items, business units, and not move forward with this particular business unit, what type of amendment will we be looking at is what I asked Office Legislative Council, but it seems like they just skirted around the question. Maybe if you could ask the Department of Justice, give a different type of answer.
Thank you, Chair Henio. Point of privilege on behalf of your question. I will turn the floor over to Department of Justice. Department of Justice, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and Chair Henio and members of the committee. I think that the amendment that sounds like you're considering proposing would be to delete certain budgets, to delete references to certain budgets. And I'm not sure that I understand OLC's response. I might need more clarification on that, but I think that it can be done.
Chair Henio, does that answer your question?
I'll just
let it be, and for now, the Vice Chair. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Back to Honorable Crowdy.
Vice Chair Pliskam, I did ask a question if we're in order for recess. I think I'll just go back to the committee. It's 8:43. I know there's others on the line. To me, I think it doesn't meet the fixed cost definition because of that travel. I'm not sure if we could just, I don't know if the department can re-examine its budget and they have other areas that could meet the fixed cost definition. Or if you want to move on to the next budget, I don't know by committee how we could do that. Is that just, or if we want to recess? I'm kind of low on solutions right here, Vice Chair. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Honorable Crowdy. Motion, are you motioning to recess? Is that what you're motioning?
Vice Chair, if I'm in order or if a committee member has another recommendation, thank you.
Excuse me. Committee members, any other recommendations on behalf of where we're at? We're not moving anywhere with the legislation 0148-21. We don't have amendment language for the existing ones that are ready to go. We still have a issue with 118023 regarding the fixed cost. Committee members.
Vice Chair Smith is checking you.
Chair Henyo, I'll let you have the floor. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair Smith. And I do agree it is almost 9 o'clock. And and we're going to go another hour still debating whether this is fixed travel is part of fixed cost or not. But it's just, to me, it's plain and simple. It says travel, no travel. As much as how you try to explain it, it's just like a duck. A duck, if it quacks, it's a duck. If it's yellow, it's a duck. If it walks funny, it's a duck. That's the way I see it. And so I just wish the division would have looked at that and said, okay, maybe this might become an issue. Let's just take it out and put it back in the operational side of it. But they continue to try and justify it while it's plain and simply there. And yes, after this whole exercise, we can look at amending that part of it and put a footnote or some sort of stipulation on it as far as what travel is. You can even define travel. That way it would be allowable, but at this point in time, it clearly states travel. Therefore, I was trying to get guidance from Legislative Council and DOJ as far as what I'm hearing you, Vice Chair, as far as you said, keep moving forward, but just leave the one business unit behind because there's an issue with it. I did not get a clear answer from both entities, so therefore I do support the recess, but it's just a matter of going through the motion of requesting for a special meeting. At the same time, getting approval from Speaker Damon and setting the date and time again. Vice Chair Smith, that's my input on this matter.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Back to your concern doing a recess and also Honorable Crowdy's recess. Legislative Council, if we do a recess, would that be in line if we had adopted the budget, or not the budget, but the agenda, and reconvene tomorrow if needed, or Wednesday, to turn out legislation number 014821 purpose of this recess is to understand what fixed cost means. Like Chair Henio said, if it quacks, then it's a duck. If it's a yeller, then it is a duck. If it walks like a duck, acts like a duck, then it is a duck. That is the question that is posed. Therefore, fixed cost is written in the budget instruction manual. So my question is, if we recess, let's say to council, how do we address this in the budget? Because we still have old business legislation number 0145-21. And then we have to suspend the floor rules for Division of Natural Resources. Legislative Council, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think that recessing would be fine. The critical thing is not to table the legislation a second time. Recessing would give an opportunity for whichever programs need to present revised exhibits to conform to the fixed cost definition. And so I think that would be the most appropriate thing to do, rather than the committee amending the exhibits to try to, fit with the fixed cost. And so I think recessing and then taking up the legislation, just resuming the discussion on the legislation would be in order, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I think Legislative Council, at this point in time, we're not getting anywhere. So, committee members, there is a request to recess. Committee members, when would you like to reconvene if we do recess? Basically, to have the departments that are requesting for fixed costs to revise that exhibit according to the BIM manual. The BIM manual hasn't been changed. Until we change that BIM manual, then it would be a different scenario. So question goes back to the committee members. We recess tonight. When do you want to reconvene? Tomorrow at noon, tomorrow at 1? Or do you want to convene Wednesday first thing in the morning? I'll leave it up to the committee members. Committee members.
Vice Chair, this is Chair Henio.
Chair Henio, go ahead. You have the floor.
Okay, I believe we should ask our advisor, Peggy Nakai, to see what steps she would need to take to schedule another day for continue with this after we recess. So she has to go through the process of a memo to speaker, then approval, and then of course that 24-hour time clock kicks in too. So that's just my concern, Vice Chair Smith.
I appreciate that, Chair Henio. Peggy, questions posed on how this would be proceeded correctly so that we can be in line. You have the floor, Peggy. Shudda.
Okay, thank you, Cecilia, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. What we need to do is we'll need to do a memo to the speaker to ask to extend the budget hearings. And so we do have that 24-hour requirement. And I asked the speaker, I sent a text message to him to see if it's possible that he could sign a memo tonight. If I get authorization, or if Vice Chair or even Chair can sign that, then we'll be in order to give that memo to the Speaker's office this evening, and hopefully he will be able to attend to it. And then if he does give us a positive response, I would suggest that maybe you could meet on the 11th or the 12th. The 12th is open. It's a day beyond what is scheduled in the budget calendar, but as far as I know, I don't think we have any meetings on the 12th. So whichever day is available for the committee, because I do still have to, once I get the approval memo from the speaker, then I have to post the agenda, and that has to be 24 hours in advance of the meeting. So say that tomorrow, if I post the agenda either tonight or tomorrow, but most likely it would be tomorrow because the speaker may not be around to sign the memo until tomorrow. And then as soon as I get it, then 24 hours from that time that I get it, you know, then on the 11th, we would be able to meet. So say that he signs it before 10 o'clock, I can post the agenda before 10 o'clock, and then we can meet early on the 11th before 10 o'clock. But if he doesn't get to it right away, you know, we're just subject to waiting. And so I'm just thinking maybe the 12th might be a better day to schedule it. So it's up to the committee if you want to do that.
Thank you, Peggy. Hold on a second. Thank you, Peggy. Regarding the memo in reference to the next meeting, I saw a delegation of authority, and I think Chair Henyo is the speaker as we speak right now. So if I sign it and hand it over to Chair Henyo, are we in order to make sure that we can convene the 11th and have our meeting on the 11th? That's my question to you, Peggy, because I know that there is a memo saying that there is a pro temp speaker, and our pro temp speaker is Chair Henyo as we speak right now. Peggy.
Yes, Vice Chair, I've seen that memo and I sent it out earlier today, this morning. I believe that you would be in order to if he is still delegated, it depends on what time frame the speaker was looking at. If it was just 8 to 5, I don't remember seeing that on the memo. But this morning, that memo came out, and I think that Laureline, maybe you can weigh in on this.
Vice Chair, this is Chair Henyo.
Chair Henyo, go ahead. I know that you are pro temp speaker now. I don't know for how long, but go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. The memo that was allowing me to be speaker pro temp. It's at 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So after 5 p.m., the music hit the road jack, came on, and I had to come back to Rayma.
Vice Chair Smith, this is Donovan.
Okay, thank you. Donovan, go ahead. You have floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I did get in contact with Speaker. He is available right now. He's in transition. So if Peggy is willing to write the memo, make it in PDF form, he's willing to sign it and extend the hearing for you.
Great, appreciate that. We have a motion to recess. So we'll let Peggy work on the memo and move forward, and she'll let us know what day the meeting will convene. I think she's talking either Wednesday or Thursday. Depends how soon this memo is signed and when it's posted. Committee members. Committee members, also, Peggy, since you're going to be doing a new agenda for the budget hearing, do include DNR so that the DNR will be on the agenda when we do approve it, because times we may forget or we may not recall that we need to put DNR as one of the items. Nanda.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. It's DNR as well as the Navajo Hopi partition lands. Those budgets haven't been heard. And because that's where you left off the other day. And then also, let's see. So it's just basically just those items, I believe, that haven't been discussed is the Navajo Hopi partition lands and the NGS. And as a correction, as a matter of clarification, there are two amendments to this legislation.
We have a motion to recess at this point in time. I'm available for signature. I can drive up there or
Okay, Chair.
sign the paper.
Chair Henio, or Vice Chair Smith, maybe I can just leave you the memo in your box and you can sign it and then it has to go over to the Speaker's office.
Well, I'll be up there.
Or can we do it like Donovan is asking, is maybe it can be electronically signed too? But we can discuss those details after.
Agushi, there's this motion to recess. Do I have a second or do I have a motion?
Elmer second.
Elmer Begay.
Yeah, there's second.
Elmer Begay second the recess motion by Honorable Crotty. The recess is now going to be at 9 p.m. Roll call vote. Shanala?
Okay, Shanella, roll call vote for a motion to recess, and was that Elmer P. Begay or Amber Kenneth-Bach Carty that motion, and second by Elmer P. Begay?
Oh.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the vote for the recess, Arnold Jamie Henio, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Henio votes green. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, how do you vote?
I vote green too. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy O'Hare votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bach Carty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Bach Carty, and I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir David. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bach Carty votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
Green, sir.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Vice Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Vice Chairman not voting. Vice Chairman?
Thank you, Shanetta, for the roll call vote. We are now recessed at 9 p.m. Thank you. Have a good evening.